Good evening and welcome this evening. This is the Rochester Board of Education, our monthly business meeting. Tonight is February 27th, 2025. At this time, I'm going to ask that we enter into an act of reverence and pledge allegiance to the flag. I will ask that Vice President Malloy lead that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice President Malloy. At this time, I'd like to move forward with our Board of Education upcoming events, and I believe Clerk Nguyen, you'll be providing that update?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Board, Community Administration. The Board will begin the month of March with a Code of Conduct public hearing convening on Tuesday, March 11th at 5:30 p.m. Then they will hold the ESA committee meeting as well as a special meeting for considerations also on Tuesday, March 11th, beginning at 6 p.m. On Wednesday, March 12th at 5 p.m., the Board will host the Women's History Celebration. And then we will have a work session on Tuesday, March 18th, beginning at 6 p.m. The Board will conclude the month with its monthly business meeting on Thursday, March 27th at 6:30 p.m. All reference meetings will be held here at the Board office at 131 West Broad Street in Conference Room 3A3B. Any individual may register to speak by contacting the Board of Education by noon on the day of the meeting by calling 585-262-8525, or you may email boardofeducation@rcsdk12.org. Please note that no unregistered speaker may address the Board, and no individual may speak on behalf of a registered speaker. The following information must be included at the time of registration: name, telephone number, home address, affiliation, and the topic on which you wish to speak. Individuals who do not reside in the city of Rochester do not have the privilege of speaking at meetings, except when an exception is granted by the chair of the meeting for which they are requesting to speak. Please note that each registered speaker may address the Board for up to 3 minutes. Speakers utilizing translation, including American Sign Language, may address the Board for up to 6 minutes, which include 3 for the speaker and then the remaining 3 for translation. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Nguyen. At this time, I would like to move forward with the acceptance of meeting minutes. I'd like to entertain a motion for the approval of the meeting minutes.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Griffin, seconded by Commissioner Santiago. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The minutes carry. And at this time, as Clerk Nguyen mentioned, we are now moving into our speakers portion of the agenda. We have quite a few speakers in front of us this evening. We're eager to hear from you and hear your perspectives. I will note that the Board does not typically engage at this time. This is a time for us to hear from you and learn from you. So if you speak for the 3 minutes that you're allotted, we will not be responding, but I want you to know that is not a form of dismissal. That is just how we do this. So we will hear from you and then move forward to the next speaker at the 3-minute mark. With that respect, we're going to open it up, and I'm going to call the first person on my list, who I have noted as May Dar, and I hope I have said your name properly. Please correct me if I haven't. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is May Dar, and I'm from School Without Walls. I want to start off by saying Hillside has been a great support to have in high school. It's not just a learning space, but it's been a community that supported me through some of my toughest moments. The staff, the resources, and my peers have all helped me to grow. I've learned many great things, not only about my work, but about myself. Hillside has given me a safe space to challenge myself and push myself beyond my limits, all while feeling supported every step of the way. A big part of that support has come from one incredible person, Leslie. She has been an absolute lifeline for me. Whenever I find myself overwhelmed or on the verge of burnout, Leslie was there. She has this incredible ability to listen, to truly understand what I'm going through, and to guide me in a way that allows me to feel at ease again. She taught me the importance of slowing down, of allowing myself to relax before pushing myself too far. And in doing so, she has helped me to find a balance when it felt like everything was spiraling out of control. Leslie's support goes beyond just offering advice. She's kind, caring, and truly devoted to her students. She treats each of us with such care and attention. She makes us feel seen and heard, and she genuinely loves and believes in each and every one of us. That's something I'll always be grateful for. Leslie taught me that taking care of myself is just as important as working hard and achieving my goals. So Leslie, thank you for being there when I needed you the most. You've been an amazing youth advocate, and your impact on me is something I will always carry with me for years to come. I'm so thankful for everything you've done for me, and thank you, Hillside, for creating such a wonderful environment here where we all can grow and thrive.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Madar. Next, I have Genesis Morgan.
Good evening. My name is Genesis Morgan, and I attend school at WAS. I've been in Hillside Work Scholarship for about 3 years. Hillside has guided me through different paths throughout my high school journey. Hillside has helped me academically. My Hillside advocate is Leslie Ripton, and I truly appreciate her a lot. She has taught me things that will help me in the future and as a young lady. Leslie has been very patient and supportive with me these past years. I truly thank her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Next, I have Nicholas DeVisser or DeVisser.
Oh, shit. Hello, I'm Nick. I'm a former student of Northwest. I go to school at Walls right now. Over the summer, I did Acceleration University at St. John Fisher, and Northwest really set me up for that because without those teachers, my grades would not have been that great. I just graduated last year from Northwest, and that school was outstanding. The teachers at Northwest are very understanding and teach the curriculum so students can understand it to their fullest potential. The reason I was so academically set for high school is because the teachers at Northwest don't just teach along the guidelines, they go above and beyond to set us students up for success on our way to high school. The teachers would make sure we understood the material before moving on to the next thing. They would actually teach us about the material instead of just giving us a paper and saying, have this done by the end of class. For example, in social studies, I didn't understand something, and Mr. G was teaching. He was also my baseball coach, so he explained it by putting baseball into it, and that made me understand it. Some of my Northwest experiences that I will never forget is I took a trip to the U of R to explore the digital media room in 7th grade when I was on Student Voice. I also helped the community by raking leaves for the neighborhood and making baskets for Valentine's Day and Christmas for the assisted living nearby. At School Without Walls, we are required to have 300 hours of community service by the end of our senior year. I love Northwest so much, I talked to Ms. Hortensi, and I have been doing my community service there all year. This helps the school out and me. I work with Ms. Hortensi every Wednesday, and I already have completed 70 to 75 hours required for each year. Personally, I just don't think Northwest should be shut down because it is a really good school, and everything I learned there will definitely stick with me for life. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Next, we have Maria Gonzalez.
I am here today for my grandkids and all the kids in the community. I'm here because I've been upset. I just had a heart attack in October. I've had so many surgeries now, and I've been handling with struggling and seeing kids on the streets, and they're supposed to be in school, committing crime like I told you every time, and it's still happening, and it's still killing each other, and it's still stealing, and there's gotta be a way that the city school district and the community gotta get together and fight for that action. If not, you're letting those kids kill each other, okay? And it's your responsibility too, as city school district, okay? Parents, they do their job, and it's your job to help them too, okay? Don't let them in the street no more. okay? They're killing each other. Every time I see so many kids in the street, I stop them, okay? And I send them back to school. So I go to the bus station, the RTS. I see so many kids, they're skipping school. I send them back to school. So it's not only our responsibility, it's your responsibility too, to go out there and help the community get those young kids in school so they can have something in life, okay? Not only jail time. Thank you.
Next, I have Lori Thomas.
Good evening. It has been several weeks since I emailed my suggestions and questions about the current budget document to the interim superintendent, and 2 months since Commissioner Patterson received my email saying that he forwarded it to the interim superintendent. I expected to hear something by now, but I haven't. 50,000 taxpayer dollars were spent on searching for a superintendent, yet you refuse to allow the community to know the search results. You won't even tell the community how many applicants there were. The money you spend comes from the community. The children you educate come from the community. The community you voted you into office, and still you deny the community access to credible knowledge about how you spend our tax dollars and why our children continue to fail. It is incredible to me that 7 people can sit on a school board year after year, decade after decade, and allow the system that they approve to fail to provide our children with even a proper education. It is incredible to me that the people who were elected to sit on this board have so little regard for children, parents, and community members that you have to lock the doors of a publicly funded building to feel safe in the midst of a frustrated and angry community. And that 7 people are unable to see the error of their ways and decide to put an end to our children's educational suffering by providing them with more than a proper education, but an excellent education that speaks to their gifts and talents instead of their poverty and disabilities. It is, however, interesting to me that this community continues to vote you into office when you are clearly unable to effect success for our children. It is interesting to me that our community continues to allow this district to operate unsuccessfully while you blame parents for your failure and alienate our children. It is interesting to me that our faith community hasn't demanded better for our district and then take their children out of it, placing them in charter school, leaving the remainder of our children in peril. What would Jesus do? It is interesting that our body of legislators continue to financially support our failing system of education with billions of taxpayer dollars, requiring not even a modicum of oversight, giving millions of taxpayer dollars to 501c3s to shore up the district's ineptitude, again, with no oversight. I guess I'm just that person who reads budgets and pays more attention to what people do than what they say. I believe strongly and without regret in God and His power on earth as it is in heaven. I believe that faith without works is dead, and if you know something and you don't share that knowledge, you are responsible for the sins of others committed in ignorance. So I've done what my God has told me to do. I have shared my knowledge and understanding with you. I have asked to be able to share my knowledge and understanding with our children by applying for the position of superintendent. Either way, God's will be done, and judgment belongs to Him alone. However, the choice belongs to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Next, I show Katie Breedy.
Sorry, guys. Good evening. I'm Katie Breedy, a visual arts teacher at Northwest Middle School. I'm here tonight, like many of my colleagues, to express my heartfelt concern regarding the potential closure of Frederick Douglass or Northwest, the school where I've had the privilege of teaching for over 20 years. As an educator who has dedicated 2 decades of service to this school, I feel a deep sense of responsibility to advocate for its continued operation. I have taught for 20 years in the same classroom in that building. I often joke I will live in my supply closet and will live there until I retire. Being an art teacher is part of my identity. Being a teacher at Frederick Douglass or Northwest is literally part of who I am. Throughout my years of teaching, I've witnessed firsthand the invaluable impact that school has on students, families, and the greater community. Northwest is more than just a place for academic instructions. It's a cornerstone of support, care, and personal growth. The relationships built there, both inside and outside of the classroom, play a significant role in shaping the futures of our students. I have had generations of families at this point. I have had students and then their children in the same room years later. I have had siblings and cousins and aunties and uncles. In fact, last year on the first day of school, I got a call from the main office saying there was an upset student there that requested to see me. I got to the office and looked around and saw a young 7th grade student in tears. I did not recognize this student. I walked over to him and said, "Hi, honey. I'm Miss Breedy. Were you looking for me?" He said, "I'm so scared, and I don't know anyone, but my brother told me that if I was scared, I could find you and you would take care of me and help me." The consistency of my position at Northwest allowed me to make this connection. It allowed me to help the student feel safe in a new environment like I had done for his brother years before. The relationships that are built through family connections like these are impossible to make when students and teachers are being shuffled around the district. Middle school is a special place. Not everyone is cut out for it, but when you are, you certainly are. Northwest was the only dedicated middle school in our district till this school year. The people here tonight collectively equate to hundreds of years of service to Northwest and the Frederick Douglass students and families. With that being said, when new middle schools opened, teachers were offered an incentive of $5,000 to teach middle school. These people here tonight, we choose to teach middle school. We have chosen for years to teach middle school without monetary incentives. Why would our school be dismantled when teachers spread to different buildings all over the district, and when the OG middle school teachers that actually want to teach middle school?
Thank you. We do have your comments. Thank you so much. Good. I'm going to try this name. I have Stephen Linsengo. Please correct me once you approach the mic. Thank you.
Steve Lysenko. It's Ukrainian for Smith. That's okay. You're not the first and you won't be the last.
Smith.
Thank you so much. And good evening, and thank you all, commissioners, for your service and advocacy on behalf of our learners, their families, and educators. I am concerned about the process that has been initiated regarding the closure of our school. My hope is that the district can proceed with its plan for modernization while also doing no harm to students, their families, nor any members of the Panther family. The process for closure that was proposed by district administration at a previous meeting of the Board of Education is simply too rushed. It has been my experience that fast decisions, especially those that impact children and our schools, tend to have unintended negative outcomes. Clearly, the Board of Education believes this too, as it has put in place RCSD BOE Policy 7600 to govern the process of closing schools. Items 2 and 7 I'll highlight presently as they're most relevant. Number 2, the board shall be made aware of the preliminary plan no less than 3 months prior to the date at which the board will be asked to consider a resolution to close a school building. Number 7, the steps identified above may be waived by the Board of Education in the event of an emergency or other exigent circumstance as determined and articulated by resolution of the Board of Education. At present, there is no record of administration giving the BOE notice of the proposed closure prior to January 21st. Therefore, respectfully, if you were to vote on this proposal prior to April 21st, you would not be acting in accordance with the item 2 of this policy. The pending school renovations to the Wilson campus and others are part of a previously established multi-phase plan. Therefore, I would argue that the circumstances surrounding this proposal are neither emergent nor are they exigent. In sum, proceedings per the timeline of the proposed plan would be incongruent with your own policy number 7600. Additionally, I believe that closing Northwest Middle School would be a huge disservice to its students, their families, and the community. While this is only my first year at Northwest Middle School, I am proud to be a member of this team of educators. We are truly committed to supporting all learners and each learner in finding success in academics and in life. I have been an educator for over 25 years at this point. I have taught in both suburban and urban schools, in public schools and charters. I have my doctorate in executive leadership and have served as an educational leader in 2 other districts. I can truly say that the culture of this building is rare. The culture of this building is special. Adults and students have high expectations for themselves and of one another. We may not be perfect. Gosh knows we're not yet. Give us a chance. But we are improving each and every day. And given that we doubled our student and staff population just this past summer, I'd say that this is pretty remarkable. Thank you so much for the time, and thank you for truly listening.
Next, we have Deborah Ortenzi.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Ortenzi. I have proudly served this district for 21 years, first as a dedicated educator and now as a middle school librarian. I'm also a proud graduate of the RCSD. During my time at Northwest, I have witnessed firsthand the profound impact our staff has on our students and our families. Northwest Middle School is not just a building, it truly is a community. It is a place where students find adults who genuinely care about them. They develop confidence while there, and they build lasting friendships. I've seen students who struggled elsewhere thrive at our school because of our staff dedication and the relationships we build with our kids. One example of this includes my daily lunchtime groups. My previous lunch bunches are now thriving in high school. We keep in contact, they share their academic successes and experiences with me, and occasionally we meet to enjoy arts and culture opportunities in the city. Our staff go above and beyond to benefit our students. We offer students enriching opportunities beyond the classroom walls. In this last year, just I alone have been able to bring students. There are many other teachers doing many other experiences, but I've been able to bring students to the Cooley Comic Lab at the Central Library. I've taken them to Verona Street Animal Shelter and to the University of Rochester's Digital Media Studies program, where students collaborated with capstone students to develop a media lab and recording studio with all new equipment at Northwest. When I arrived at Northwest, there had not been a certified librarian in years, and the inadequate collection was outdated and in desperate need of attention. The shelves were nearly empty. Over the past 3 years, I've transformed the library, filling the shelves with current, relevant, and diverse books. One of the highlights of my day truly is when a student walks in, looks at the shelves, and goes, "Oh my God, this is amazing. How many books can I check out?" I have shared some photos just so you can see, in case you were able to see the photos from before when the shelves were empty. They are packed now. In my 3 years as a librarian, I have also been able to co-teach science lessons in the library. I've mentored new teachers. I've applied for and was awarded numerous grants to rebuild the collection. I've organized and hosted weekly student book club meetings. I've hosted ELA and social studies classes, supported the integration of crew into our school building and into our schedules, drawing from my own 13 years of experience at an EL school. I've taught research skills in a time of increased misinformation, and I've created a safe space for all students, even those who just need a few minutes to regroup before returning to class. The library has truly become more than a place to go find a book. The thought of closing Northwest is devastating. I've poured my heart and soul into this school, only to possibly be replaced by someone brand new or much, much newer to the district than I. I want to stay and continue to grow the programs I've worked hard to build. Thank you.
Al Patterson.
Good evening. My name is Janelle Patterson. I am a teacher at Northwest Middle School. I've been a teacher there for 3 years. I've worked at many schools in the district. because I was a young teacher. I have 9 years under my belt now, but before that I moved around a lot, and this is the first school that I've chose to stay at 3 years in a row and did not want to leave. The sense of community that I feel at Northwest is outstanding. The love that I see from teacher to teacher, student to teacher, teacher to student is something that I've never seen in any of the other school buildings that I've been in. We really have a culture of love, learning, compassion, and we celebrate not only each other, but our students as well. I feel like closing Northwest would be devastating. When you move teachers around, it doesn't create a sense of community. Students come back and they look for their teachers every year, and it felt good having students come back the past 2 years looking for me and seeing that I was still there. Closing Northwest would displace many teachers. It may displace our loved librarian, Ms. Ortenzi, who's created a safe haven. Her library is a safe haven, not only for students, but staff. Our principal is someone who is approachable, and I would hate to work for anybody else but him. I just don't want to leave. I don't want to leave. Northwest is just a beautiful place to work and a beautiful place to be, and it would be sad to see Northwest close and to have us dismantled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. I now have Sophia Constantian.
Good evening. My name is Sophia Constantino. This is my 4th year teaching and my 3rd at Northwest. I didn't grow up in this area, so when I started my interview at Northwest, it was a pretty random pick. But I distinctly remember leaving my interview, which was a group interview with a lot of the Northwest staff, having this gut feeling like, wow, I need to work here. And I really couldn't identify what that was at the time. But later, I could quickly identify that as the investment of the teachers, the energy of the building, and the true heart of Northwest. About a month into working here, I took on a new role teaching English, and that first day teaching English was also the first day that my dad started chemotherapy. The idea of starting something really unfamiliar and intimidating while going through that was terrifying, and I truly thought I would not be able to do it. I quickly learned that the Northwest would not be a stress at all. It would actually be my saving grace. I've felt more love, support, and genuine care from my Northwest community in the past 3 years than I could have ever imagined. I find comfort here now more than ever after having lost my father a few months ago. And these people have given me a place where I feel needed and cared for, and like I, as a whole person, matter. I know that this feeling is not common in teaching. Having graduated pretty recently, I have a lot of friends who are new in teaching, and they're at different schools in the district, and they do not relate to the love that I feel for my school. They feel undervalued, unappreciated, and left hanging by admin and colleagues. And I know that the newer generation of teaching is coming in with a very different set of values that are contrary to the overworked and under-rested teacher narrative we're all pretty used to. Young teachers are prioritizing work-life balance, mental health, and community care. So much so that, as we know, a lot of younger teachers are leaving the teaching profession when they find that lacking. If we care about teacher retention, it's insane to even consider closing this school. We are a model for teacher retention. In the past 2 years, approximately 3 teachers have voluntarily transferred. 3. The number of teachers who are new to our building and showed up today is so impressive. It speaks volumes to the quality of this school. We have teachers who have worked elsewhere and elected to come back. This is a school that keeps teachers. And those teachers who have been here for decades, those are the pillars of this school. The established community that they uphold year after year creates a strong, reliable space for new teachers to walk into, build upon, and want to maintain and make their own. They want to invest in it because they see how much has already been invested and how wonderful an outcome that investment has fostered. When teachers aren't stressed about the environment they spend their days in, when they feel joy interacting with their colleagues, supported when they meet challenges, and valued for the heart they put into their work, and a part of something meaningful and collective, they can put all their energy and focus into what we are all here for, the kids. If this district prioritizes teacher retention as it should, Northwest needs to continue operating, and further, should be commended and acknowledged as the model for school culture and community that it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Constantino. Next, we have Lori LaLoggia. LaLoggia.
Hi, yes.
Thank you.
My name is Lori LaLoggia, and I have been a teacher at the Douglas campus since 1997, when I student taught there. Surprisingly, several teachers and staff members have been there even longer than me. We have an established, committed, dedicated staff. It is a true family. The people that are at Northwest want to be in a middle school. To say we are invested is an understatement. We didn't end up at Northwest because of some monetary incentive that was offered in 2024. And the people who did join us last year after the reconfiguration are here, and they want to stay. Many of them are right here with us tonight. We are heartbroken about the proposal to close Northwest and move a new, unestablished school into our building, only promoting unnecessary and historically harmful churn. We might be displaced from our home, only to be replaced by people who don't know our students and families, the community, or the building. The reason the Grow Out was so successful last year is because of the people that called the Douglas campus home for so long. We welcome many new staff members, students, and families into our community successfully and would gladly do it again. But instead of having Northwest, which has significantly more students and staff, absorb Andrew Langston, the proposal is to wipe out Northwest altogether. This is astonishing that when we have been the only consistent and stable middle school in the RCSD for years, building a strong foundation in the community for our students and families and with each other. If anything, Northwest should be the model for teacher retention in this district, as you can see. The proposal to close Northwest was presented to you, the board, less than a month ago. Not only are you being rushed to make a decision, but it goes against your policy, where it says the board should receive no less than 3 months to contemplate such a proposal. And I have that policy right here. Northwest is currently the largest middle school in the district. Keep in mind that when the model was approved last year, the premise was to establish several small middle schools. By combining the students who would be remaining at the Douglas campus with the Andrew Langston students, you no longer have a small middle school, which isn't aligned with the RCSD vision or intent. It is disturbing that it seems like Northwest has already been closed, even before the board gets sufficient time to consider the proposal, get community feedback, or explore various options. Human Resources already came to Northwest and presented us with paperwork, which is right here, that clearly states that Northwest is closing and how to transfer. The principal from Wilson emailed his staff, which I have right here, a few weeks ago that they are relocating to the Jefferson building next year, that they are, not that they might. Northwest is not listed as a transfer option for the 25-26 school year. We're not there. Or listed in the 25-26 bell schedule on the RCSD website, which was corrected after I pointed it out. It appears as if the district has already eliminated our school before you guys, the board, has even had a chance to make a decision. We are getting the message that our closing is a done deal and that our school, our students and families, our staff, and you, the board, don't matter. We all do matter.
Next, I have Victor Ingracia.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone on the board here. My name is Victor Ingracia. I teach 7th grade health at Northwest Academy. I have been teaching here for the past 3 years. I've been in education for 20 years. The Rochester City School District gave me an opportunity 3 years ago to teach health at the Douglas campus. I am very grateful for this because other school districts did not give me a chance to teach in their district. I struggled for 15 years to get a job, and when the city called me, at first I was a little hesitant. I feel blessed and honored to work in this school district. When I go to work, I do not get stressed because I know the challenges that await for the students. When I go home, I get stressed. The main reason I'm still at the school is because of our wonderful staff that have become family to me over the past 3 years. I have never felt more welcomed and supported like the staff here at Northwest. I would like to acknowledge a few staff members that made my welcome and transition very rewarding when I came here. Principal Rodney Moore, Catherine Palumbo, Behavior Intervention Specialist, and Deborah Attenzi, School Librarian. These 3 individuals made a huge impact and helped me during my first 3 months at Northwest. They helped me tremendously, and I can't imagine not having them in our building. We also have the best security team at our school, led by Mr. Kirkland. I truly mean that. I've never worked with a security team ever. Mr. Kirkland is a special person because he knows how to connect with the students. Teacher retention is vital in our district, especially at the middle school. Middle school teaching is not for everyone. Closing Northwest would be a setback for our staff and the students. The students at our school have become attached and connected to many teachers and will be the majority of our student population in September. There are many relationships and connections that teachers have made in the last 3 years while I've been there. And with our school being a bilingual school, that's a tremendous thing to worry about, because a lot of the students that don't speak any English struggle. I am fortunate enough to speak a second language. It's not Spanish, but I am fluent in Italian, which does help some of our Spanish-speaking students, so I can relate to them and they can relate to me. In closing, I do not want to leave this building and go to another school district. I've worked on the other side. I want to stay here. I consider Northwest Academy my second home, as I always tell my students this. Before each board member makes their final decision, put yourself in our shoes and ask yourself the question, what would you do if this was your school? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingracia. Nicholas Talmadge.
Good evening, board members, community members, parents, teachers, coworkers, students, and friends. My name is Nicholas Talmadge, and I am here today to ask the school board to vote no on closing Northwest Middle School at Douglas. I moved to Rochester from New Orleans, Louisiana, to specifically work at Northwest Middle School at Douglas. Over the last 3 years, I have given our students the opportunity to build rockets, compete in bridge design, create and drive their own robots, and all of this while teaching them the math and science concepts, which complemented each one of those projects. I have found friends for the first time since moving. I have found colleagues that want to grow a strong community. And I have found students yearning for consistency. I would like to cite a 2004 study by Carrie Gain at the University of Washington. It is important for school districts and school boards to recognize that high rates of teacher turnover may result in significant cost at both the school and district level. While turnover is normally associated with discrete questions of teacher supply and quality, it is important to acknowledge that teacher turnover may have a negative impact on schools as organizations. Based on the case studies in this report, schools with high turnover rates do face serious organizational challenges, including failure to establish a coherent instructional program and lack of trust among teachers. Unfortunately, these high turnover schools are most likely to serve the students in most need of help. Tracking turnover and providing incentives for teachers will help aid these schools in establishing the stable teaching staff necessary for building the personal relationships and organizational capacity needed for school improvement and student achievement gains. If you decide to close Northwest Middle School at Douglas, please tell me, who are our 200 seventh grade students expecting to see next year? Who is going to greet our students each morning? Who is going to display their amazing artwork? Who is going to have some leftover breakfast to offer them? Who is going to build and maintain our student garden? Who is going to take our students to the Rochester Makers Fair? Who will give our students the opportunity to do scuba diving? Who will Ada Marie Figueroa, a student that I just got to hug for the first time in a year the teachers that she will see next year. Do you even know who those teachers are now?
Thank you, Mr. Tomlich. Now I have Danny Hoskins. Saying it right?
Good evening. My name is Danny Hoskins. In addition to working with amazing people, I work with amazing writers of speeches, so I just feel like mine is like this. So I'm a rehire. I worked at Douglas for 3 years, and then I made a huge mistake and went charter. And I remember in doing so, the district said, all right, learn what you can there and come back and do this here. And I came back. On my re-entry this year, they said, would you work anywhere else besides Douglas? And I said no. It's these people, all of them, who, like everybody has said, just it's the community. You cannot replicate this anywhere else. I kept in touch with my coworkers while I was on my, sabbatical. We call this a home. Sometimes we leave home like a reckless teenager. That's how I felt leaving. I felt very much like I was not home. So I'm so happy to be back. This year felt so hopeful. I'm an ENL teacher, and we have an amazing ENL team that I've never had the privilege to have. We stay after school forever. We never leave, and we're happy to be there. We don't feel burdened with this job. We feel privileged every day, and we are constantly coming up with new ideas, ordering pizza, because we're there so late, doing the bulletin boards, or coming up with the cultural things that we want to do, all the celebrations. We have so many ideas. The native garden that we're about to plant with the kids, with specific plants that we have chosen for them to plant so they will be in bloom for them to return in September. Like, we have so many ideas, and I love working for Rodney. I wasn't able to work for him years ago. I remember meeting him, telling him that I was leaving, and he said, man, I heard about you. Why are you going? And the hype was true. He's amazing. He is a person you can just go to and tell him what's on your heart, and he listens to you. And he has the vision and caring to do real work and real things that matter for kids and for their families. I can't tell you how many wonderful families I've met, and just like Brady said, to be able to teach generations of kids. My biggest mistake is hearing that one of my kids' siblings came to the school specifically for me, and that was when I was at the charter school. I will never forgive myself for something like that, because the longevity and kids being able to come back and visit their teachers, that's what I want. That's why I chose to come back here. You don't get that with putting teachers everywhere. How do you build community for students and families when we just rip people apart? So I ask you, please, to do what is right.
Thank you, Ms. Hoskins. Next, we have Penny Carlson Palmer.
Good evening. This is going to be similar to what a lot of other people have said, that I don't want to leave. But I may be unique in that I said I would never teach middle school again. So I'm new here this year, and I decided to take a chance because I wanted to work with Katie, one of my best friends. I'm the other art teacher in the building, and this is my 24th year teaching. And the last time I taught middle school was at Wilson Foundation Academy, and I left in 2018, swearing that I just wasn't a middle school teacher, and that, my skill set would be better off elsewhere. But honestly, I don't want to go. It sounds so weird for me to even say it, but I would just like to stay here and retire from here. I have about 4 years left, and this is the place I'd like to stay. Not only that, but I was just moved. So like last year I was at 29 school, I would have stayed at 29, but 29 was closed. And so I just moved into Northwest, and I started unpacking boxes when we learned that, we'd possibly be closing. And I was like, that is just bad luck for me, because I finally found a place that I liked, that I think I could stay. So it's not all about me, but I think you get the point. I think the point is for somebody who didn't even want to be back in middle school, who was afraid of teaching middle school because I didn't think it was a good fit. And now here I am fighting to be here with all these great people. So I think that's pretty powerful. And I hope that you will consider voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson-Palmer. Next, I have Hunter Schultz.
Hello, my name is Hunter Schultz. This is my second year as a teacher at Northwest. I speak on behalf of the entire Northwest family when I say we as educators, we are educators because we want to see students grow, not just day to day, but from year to year. As one of the Northwest music and band teachers, I speak on behalf of us in positions meant to serve students for several years. Special subject teachers such as art and gym, coaches, counselors, social workers, our administrators, our SSOs, and of course our amazing librarian. These staff are the trusted adults in many of our students' lives, and these are the staff that our students will lose first if the Northwest family is dismantled, because a school, in theory, doesn't need as many staff in these positions. Our district vision is to invest in tomorrow. If Northwest closes, how can we invest in our students tomorrow? Next, I speak on behalf of my own mother, Christine Schultz, who has served the district for 20 years and has inspired me to join her in the Northwest family. We know that building relationships with our student is key. Research shows the following. School mobility increases the risk of poor achievement, behavior problems, grade retention, and school dropouts, and on-time graduation. They will complete fewer years of school and are more likely to experience symptoms of depression. More negative outcomes in students who have changed schools at least once in the previous 2 years, with higher rates among low-income and minority students. The closure of Northwest will be, in essence, imposing another move upon our students. Our community, culture, and relationships will again be scattered. Our children need consistency. It has been less than a year since we significantly increased, almost doubled, our student population and staffing. To restart that process again is a disservice to our children. Our children need consistency. Our teachers can loop with their students. Our children need consistency. We have increased the number of extra programs, including an amazing library for our students. Our children need consistency. They need for the school board to have the opportunity to have input in these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Hunter Schultz. And finally, we have Melissa McLean.
All right. All right, best for last. All right, good evening, board, parents, students, staff, and my friends. My name is Melissa McLean, and I have been an RCSD employee for the past 26 years. I've had the privilege to spend 21 of those years at the Frederick Douglass campus by choice. The culture that we have created at Northwest is one of greatness. I've had many of the same colleagues for all of those 21 years, and others since have come. They do not leave. We do not leave. Together, we strive to succeed. We face challenges. We tackle life's hurdles. And man, we have fun. Boy, do we have fun. Countless field trips, assemblies, spirit weeks, band, chorus performances, sporting events. This sign that I carry, I didn't need to make it. I've had it. It has gone with me through these years to many of these events. It is an oldie, but a goodie. But some things should not be recreated. Some things should not be changed. Northwest is my second home. My students, my colleagues are my family and my friends. Please allow me to keep using my sign. Please vote to keep Northwest Junior High School open. Blech.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. That concludes our speakers portion for this evening. I'd like to thank all of you who signed up and came out to share your voice and concerns with the Board of Education this evening. Thank you for doing so and taking those times out of your schedule. I'd also like to acknowledge that we do have two other written comments, this is for the viewing audience, that are available through board docs. These are written comments from two additional speakers that were not able to be here in person this evening. So thank you, and again, this concludes our speakers portion for the night. So moving forward on the agenda, we're going to go into the advisory council reports. I'd like to acknowledge our student representative, Ms. Hazel Roberts, to provide us with the Student Advisory Council report at this time.
Good evening, everyone. The Student Leadership Congress held its in-person meeting on February 12th, 2025, bringing together students from East High, Edison Tech, Wilson Magnet, Early College, and School Without Walls. We were honored to welcome Interim Superintendent Strickland, Samaria McClan from Action for a Better Community, and several Monroe County lawyers as special guest speakers. Their insights and engagement made the meeting even more impactful. During our in-person meeting, Superintendent Strickland was our first speaker. He introduced a potential program aimed at positively impacting our communities and enhancing the safety of children who ride yellow school buses and their parents. After thoughtful discussion, the SLC ultimately supported the initiative. Next, Samara McClan spoke about her role at ABC and the various youth programs they offer. She shared a wealth of valuable information, and we look forward to further connection and collaboration. Lastly, the Monroe County lawyers led an engaging discussion on the First Amendment and its significance. The conversation was thought-provoking, sparking a range of perspectives. It was rewarding witnessing the diverse opinions and recognizing that everything isn't simply black and white. On February 1st, our Vice President, Cherish Jones-Carter, had the honor of speaking at the county breakfast, where she addressed the important topic of mental health. She enjoyed the experience and represented our district exceptionally well. During the week of February 12th, our MBK scholars or fellows traveled to Albany for the MBK Symposium. They had an incredible experience, and I've been told that the Rochester Fellows truly held their own, demonstrating a strong sense of brotherhood. They returned with insightful and powerful messages to share with our group. I would also like to give a special shout out to Edison Tech senior Marquand Grimes for attending the SLC meeting on his birthday and for his commitment to Malloy University. Congratulations. Lastly, I'm excited to share that I am now a member of the City of Rochester Youth Policy Task Force. More updates on that to come. Again, I can't stress enough how important it is to apply for scholarships. There are countless opportunities available for students pursuing higher education. Applications are open, so please take advantage of them, but also be mindful of the deadlines. In closing, the Student Leadership Congress February meetings were insightful and community-focused. As always, the Congress appreciates everyone who took time out their day to meet with us, share information, and connect with our group. Thank you for listening, and stay warm.
As usual, thank you, Ms. Hazel Roberts, for your updates. So I'm trying to make a decision here because we can either go into, looks like executive session. We're making some good time this evening. However, we also have board reports. I'm going to refer to my colleagues or defer to my colleagues to ask if you'd like to go into the board reports first, or would we want to go ahead and do executive session. It looks like we have a long evening in front of us.
I'd like to do board reports.
First? Okay, I'm going to defer to the suggestions of my colleagues, and we will move into board reports at this time. With the board reports, we do not have an audit report at this time. We do have an ESA committee report noted.
Hello, Rochester and families and students of the Rochester City School District. Commissioner Santiago, Commissioner of the ESA Committee, presenting on the ESA Committee, which covered and met on February 27th, 2025. The Equity and Student Achievement Committee met as a committee of the whole on Tuesday, February 11th. I got the day wrong. February 11th, 2025. Approval of the minutes for January and December were done at the ESA meeting. The Chief of Staff, Lashara Evans, presented the academic plan Q2 update, and Dr. Vicky Ramos from Teaching and Learning provided information on the curriculum adoption process. School Chief Rhonda and Brenda presented the elementary network updates on attendance, suspensions, and instructional priorities. Commissioners inquired about support for struggling elementary students as well as progress monitoring. The next ESA committee meeting will be Tuesday, March 11th, where we will be covering more about equity and student achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Next on the agenda, we have the financial report package. And at this time, we're going to ask Derek Blair, our acting Chief Financial Officer, to join us and to share this report. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice President Malloy, President Simmons, Commissioners, and viewing public. Attached are the financial reports for period ending January 31st, 2025. Pages 6 through 8 detail our cash flow, ledger balance, and our cash projections. Currently, the total ending balance as of January 31st, we have $424 million with a total disbursements of $74 million. A comparison to the previous fiscal year is also included. Our revenue summary is on pages 9 through 10. The general fund revenue estimate has decreased by $452,000 due to state ed deductions for calculations for educational costs for students that are out of district. There is an increase in $306,000 in special aid. $200,000 is for a learning technology grant that's new. $106,000 is an adjustment to award for refugee service project. The total current projected revenue and appropriations are included. The appropriations, our appropriations can be found in pages 11 through 14. These reports look at the district's budget by function. Our current appropriations in the general fund are $356,000. This is available appropriations, which is about 38% of our total general fund. Special aid available appropriations are $55 million, or 41% of the total special aid. School food service available appropriations is about $9 million, or 33% of the total. We have included all the budget journals in pages 15 through 66. This you can review at your leisure. Pages 68 through 79 include reports showing the spending progression on approved capital projects. The current period spend and commitment transactions total about $353,000. And there's a table that shows the major activity for January that's included. You can scroll down a little, Tom. These projects include a $12,000 transfer to contingency, a $500,000 transfer to contingency, a $9,620 transfer, and a $204,000 transfer as well. On page 80, you can see a current charter school enrollment. Charter school has increased by 468 students compared to this time last year. And I've included a summary of the Oracle transition. We've done about 94 integration tests, and everything seems to be going well, with about only 8 open items on those 94 tests. And on pages 81 through 84, you will see a report that shows our student activity funds for the second quarter. And this concludes the financial report for period ending January 31st. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Blair.
Sure.
So at this time, I'd like to open the dais for questions or comments from my fellow commissioners. I do see Commissioner Malloy has her hand.
Just a question around looking at the page number that it's on, where it says Fund K. So these are the transfer to the contingencies for closure of project and a transfer to contingency for a closing of a school. Can you tell me, so that's $12,000 and $500,000. Which closing of school does this refer to?
These are approved capital projects. I can get you the exact detail on that
Okay.
project.
Thank
and I
you.
can get back to you with it.
Thank you so much.
Since we're already on page 4, Mr. Blair, I did want to know, along those lines where it lists the closing of a school, for example, we'll use the one with the $500,000. Were those dollars absorbed? Tell me what happens to the dollars as a result of that closing.
So these are dollars that are basically transferred to contingency. I can get more information on each one of these projects if you would like. Those transfers are basically, there's an approved, complete proved transactions, and I can get you the information on exactly where those, what those funds were used for, and exactly what those transfers were and what we've done with those funds. I can get back to you with that information.
Okay, no, that's no problem, understood. And so I'll ask that we submit that question to the question log so that you have the opportunity to gather that information. I believe, thank you, Vice President Malloy, and I believe Commissioner Santiago, I saw your hand.
Quick question, for the fund, is there a place where I can locate the current fund balance of the district on this document?
On this document?
There may not be, but you know roughly around 200 million is currently where our fund balance is, right?
Our fund balance, 284? Fund balance is 284.
284. And so I'm wondering, when it comes to ARP money, I know that part of the reason why we were able to get our fund balance to the space that it's in now is due to different areas in which, you know, ARP money may have had benefits and contribution to that. My question is, I know that we're coming up to the time where the ARP and the expectation for the ARP funding to be spent is closing. And so I'm just wondering, like, is the money that's currently in the fund balance not up for stake as our timeline for the ARP funding is closing?
So, great question, Commissioner Santiago. That funding has already transferred into the fund balance, and you will see in our budget presentation that we provide you later that actually will not be used as of right now. So nothing is going to be touched. 284 remains 284, and that's all. And in terms of the contingency for closure projects, that means there's schools that we closed last year that was slated for capital improvement. Those funds are just simply being reabsorbed into the budget. So, we're not going to do capital improvements on schools that are returning in some way, shape, or form to the city.
And last question, I see on point B on page 2 of the document, just saying that that the general fund estimate has decreased by $452,000 due to a state ed education calculation for local share of education costs. I'm just wondering, if there could be an explanation exactly on how this is happening. And then I also see that there's an increase of $306,000 in special aid revenue. And so I'm just wondering, these are obviously changes on governmental end. So I'm just wondering, a quick oversight of what was going on there.
Simply, we have to pay first our students that are being educated by other districts. And there are times where we have our students with others. So any students that are out of the placements, we still have to pay for those students.
I have a question.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Commissioner Elliott?
So how much money do we have, excuse me, that's the wrong question. What's the amount of federal dollars that we receive that may be in jeopardy given the current climate? How much money, federal dollars, that we could potentially lose?
That's a good question. I wish I knew exactly how much we could lose. There's a lot of talk. I know title funds has been a big one, but there are a lot of dollars that it's still up in the air. I wish I had some answers, but unfortunately, as of yet, I don't.
Some of the original initial revenues would be about 60 million, which is about 4% of the budget. That's for now.
Okay, so we're talking about 60 million as opposed to maybe 200 million.
That's correct. There's multiple funding
Right,
streams.
right, okay.
So it depends. There's certain funds that will have to possibly be reallocated. For instance, IDEA with special education, those would go elsewhere. Medicaid dollars would go to another department. I know what you're alluding to. Those funds would possibly continuously come to the district, but when you're talking about just title, or funds that are directly from DOE is around 60 million.
Okay. Are we planning in case that the Department of Education actually is dismantled? Are we preparing ourselves? And that's why I'm somewhat, a stickler for us retaining the general fund. And I've said this for a very long time now. We just don't know what may come up. And I don't want us spending it for things that we may not be able to continue. And given the circumstance that we're in now, it's just probably more likely that we're going to have to use some of that general fund in order to replace what may potentially be some of the funds we may lose on the federal level. So I just want us to be cognizant of that may happen, and we need to be prepared for that.
It is
So-
very concerning, and that's why we need to keep a healthy fund balance.
So as we're planning the budget, are you all taking, and I'll direct this to Mrs. Superintendent, are we taking into consideration for next year's budget that we may not have some federal dollars, and are we positioning ourselves for that in terms of the budget? And I don't know exactly what that may look like, because we just don't know, but I'm sort of putting it out there so that we're thinking about how we move our budget forward.
Absolutely. So we are going to provide a budget presentation later on in the meeting, and we will explain exactly
Okay,
what,
thank
you know,
you.
we would possibly need
And
to
I,
do.
and I believe the, our grants team has made some reductions,
Okay,
anticipating those reductions.
all right, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And in light of the budget presentation, I'm glad that will be unified, and I'm sure you work very closely together. And so recognizing that, keeping an eye on the formulas, the federal grants and federal reimbursement, how those things are streaming are probably obviously critical at this time. Before I go to you, Commissioner Santiago, because I do hear your name, I want to check down as I was going down the dais. Any?
Yes, thank you. And you may not know this, it may not be in your purview, I'm not sure. But how do you know, once the money is allocated to the different departments, how do you know if it's used for its intended purpose? Do you know that, or is that something that you would not be privy to?
So if we have contracts, we have 100% audit with all of our invoices, and our auditors review the contract expenditures to make sure they're, excuse me, they're in line with the POs. So there's really very little possibility for expenses being spent, actual spend, for uncontracted items. We're basically have POs for all of our spend and 100% audit.
So just say, for instance, if there was leftover supplies or things of that nature, that is all accounted for, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Any questions at this time, Commissioner Patterson?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the other end of the dais, and I have Commissioner LeBron with a question or comment.
Yeah, just a comment, because I know that we're in a very precedent time with what may happen this year, not only this year, next year with the budget. I just want to, highlight that there's lots of things happening at the federal level, and that while we can have a budget today based on assumptions that we believe may be coming down the pipeline, the reality is that we do have to plan for different scenarios. And I just want to put on record now, because again, I have actually said multiple times how concerned I am about the implications of Project 2025, not only in America, but in this community and right here, that if the federal government was to stop funding for the district, that it would be a catastrophic financial hit. And I just want to put this in real plain English language for everyone to understand. We would be looking at massive school closures, massive classrooms, massive layoffs. We would not be able to sustain, even with our healthy fund balance right now. And I, again, want to uplift the hard work that this district has done over the years to get to a healthy fund balance. And for emergencies, right? And what we thought were like catastrophic things like COVID, we didn't know that COVID was going to happen, but we do know Project 2025 is happening. And I just don't want to pretend that it's not a possibility in this district, right? I appreciate that we're going to present a really great budget tonight, and I want to commend the interim superintendent right now for that. But I also want to acknowledge that there's other things happening, right? And so for us, a $247 million cut from the federal government, we can't survive or sustain that, even with a healthy fund balance. Thank you.
Yeah, it will wipe it out.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I
Thank
was
you,
just saying with Commissioner LeBron,
Yes.
it will wipe the general fund out. so,
Absolutely. And I
yeah.
think that across the board, throughout this community, the nation, there is recognition. And I would have to definitely lift and say that that is correct. Commissioner LeBron has been saying this well before it's hit the fan, and it is something that we all collectively are leaning into. But there are people who feel this on the ground level firsthand, and they see it happen to people. It's one thing to sit in a position and understand that this could happen. It's another thing to be at the ground level on a very granular personal space and to see it actually play out. And that is not an easy thing to do. What I can say is I am confident that our district will move through this, but there is a lot of uncertainty. and it would be remiss of us not to acknowledge that. Returning to you, Mr. Blair, I want to ask if you are done with your presentation at this time. And I want to thank you for this presentation and report this evening. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the unaudited February 2025 financial report. It was moved by Commissioner Elliott, seconded by Vice President Malloy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. We now have a report from our Policy Committee.
Members of the Rochester Board of Education, I'm Commissioner Griffin, Chair of the Policy Committee. The Policy Committee met as a committee of the whole on Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. During that meeting, the board reviewed and accepted the December 3rd, 2024 Policy COW meeting minutes. Senior Research Analyst Travis provided an update on the status of the Code of Conduct Committee, which concluded its meeting on February 5th, 2025. As an unfinished business, Senior Research Analyst Travis presented updates of Policy 2300, which the board reviewed and forwarded out of the Policy Committee to tonight's business meeting. The board considered policy resolutions to amend policies 5500, 5600, 6110, and 6150. Next Policy COW meeting is Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. And at this time, I'd like to offer a President's report. I will try to. I've been in the role for maybe 8 weeks, so let me cook. Give me a few minutes. But I do want to provide some form of a verbal report of things that I've been involved in. I'm looking to do. This is not all inclusive, but I do want to do that. Starting with some of the things I've done for the past month, if you will, or this past month. So I've had an opportunity to meet with a few of our Bente representatives and hear their concerns and talk about what they are looking for and hoping to see in some areas. Also, in light of the conversation we just had, there are some federal threats coming through the current presidential administration. And so in that regard, I've met with the Council for Great City Schools on federal updates where they talked about opportunities that school districts can lean into to prepare ourselves as this threat continues to take place. I also was able to connect with East High School Superintendent Blocker and just check in and see how things are going over there, just so that I'm informing my knowledge and understanding how I can best support. Also, Franklin, or Padilla High School, should I say, had a high school winter graduation. I was able to attend that beautiful graduation ceremony. Joining me at that celebration was Vice President Malloy, Commissioner Elliott was present, and of course, Dr. Strickland was also present for the winter graduation ceremony. I also attended the New York State Association of the Black, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, and Asian Caucus. It was their 54th annual legislative conference in Albany a few weeks ago. Thank God everybody made it home because there was a winter storm and it took me 7 hours to get back from Albany to Rochester due to that storm, but we're here safe. Also in attendance at that particular conference was Commissioner LeBron, Commissioner Santiago attended that conference, as well as did Commissioner Griffin during that time. Recently, there was a virtual broadcast that I was happy to join. This was called Delta Talks. This is by the Delta sorority, and they engaged the community in a virtual conversation, again, responding to and surrounding the realities that we're facing post this current election cycle and how our local systems can work together to navigate those waters. We don't have all the answers and we're not going to pretend to, but there are things that we are trying to lean into. Joining on that particular call, there was also Mayor Evans, Assemblyman Damon Meeks, and President of the County Legislature, Eversha Roman. And so there are conversations that are currently happening in this community. Finally, I was able to connect with our RTA for their Executive Council and Representative Assembly, share my thoughts there, hear from educators on what's going well, things that they are hoping to see change in some way, and also, again, I believe that experts are the people that do the work, and so I need to make sure I inform my decisions based on those expert understandings that are provided. And then finally, I said that, but I'll say finally again, the Big Five Legislative Conference in Albany was wonderful. We were able to engage on Capitol Hill and advocate on behalf of our school district with our legislative priorities, joining again other Big Five school districts and finding our consolidated priorities. Joining me in that particular conference this week, a few days ago, Commissioner Elliott was present and lobbying and fighting for resources. Dr. Strickland was also present, and you saw Mr. Blair, who provided our financial report, was present at this particular conference as well. So that concludes some of the activities
President,
that
if I
I provided.
If I can interject.
I will allow you to do
Yeah,
that.
to be, as representative of the Big Five, I just wanted to share with the public the 25-26 state budget priorities, and I won't go through all of them, but I wanted to, this is Buffalo, New York City, Rochester, Syracuse, and Yonkers, who are the Big Five, but we also have Albany, Mount Vernon, and Utica as three of the school districts that also participates in this. But wanted to just share a little bit of the priorities for our community. We're looking at having there to be a foundation aid that's transparent and predictable. We're talking about the limitations of charter school expansions, expanding for career and technical education, fully funding pre-K, increased funding for school health and mental health services, provide additional funding for English language learners, increased funding for instructional materials, target funding for professional development, reimburse urban school districts for transportations of pupils below current mileage limits,
1.5, yeah.
Support media literacy, provide sustained funding to support dual enrollment for early college, high school programs, expand access to Medicaid reimbursement, and I'll just say the last one, well, I can go to the last, real quick. Align state aid with the court decision requiring school districts to serve students with disabilities through age 22, include funding in the 25-26 budget to restart state payment of prior year's aid claims. And lastly, support the NYSET, New York State's Education's implementation of the Blue Ribbon Commission on Graduation Measures and Intervention for Struggling Schools. So I just wanted to share that as a member of the Big Five.
Yes, you
board.
sit on the
Thank you.
executive committee, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you.
And thank you. I do appreciate that report. I think you mentioned CTE. Did you mention the CTE?
I did.
Okay, wonderful. And so there was about 16 priorities, and we highlighted those. We did well, I'd like to think. I hope they heard us, and I hope, again, we are able to identify some progress. At this time, before we move into the next part of our agenda,
Are we going to executive session?
I do want to,
Did you say we're going to executive session?
before we move into the next part of our agenda, we will move into executive session, but not at this time. I have not concluded my report, but I will in a moment. I want to acknowledge that there are, we are currently in a superintendent search. It is a private search. So I have prepared a brief written letter, if you will, to acknowledge some of the confusion or concern regarding that. The search firm, I wanted them to be able to join us in this moment. However, they are conducting another search in another area and may not be available tonight in this moment. But as soon as they are available, I ask that they will join me in hoping to help communicate some things. When we recognize and when we go into searches of this nature, that it is not always, everyone's not going to understand or agree with different aspects, but you can try your best to do it. I'm hoping this letter that I read to you will provide some form of clarity or insight at the very least. But I feel that it is my duty to acknowledge the concerns that have been brought before me at this time, and so I will read this as is. The Rochester Board of Education remains steadfast in its commitment to conducting a thorough, thoughtful, and confidential search. And before I move forward, I did reach out to Dr. Strickland to let him know I was going to read this letter because we're kind of doing this all open in the in this forum. But we are committed to conducting a thorough, thoughtful, and confidential search for the next superintendent of schools for the Rochester City School District. Our goal is to select an experienced leader who aligns with our district's vision and priorities. The need for stable leadership in our district is abundantly clear, as there have been 3 superintendents over the past 3 years alone. Although I assumed the role of board president this past January, I believe it is important to revisit the inception of the search process, which began in March of last year when our board was informed of the prior superintendent's departure. This individual was appointed by the board vote without engaging in a formal search. In response, our board acted swiftly to develop a plan, including appointing an interim superintendent and launching a national search for our next district leader. These decisions were made collectively by the full board in alignment with our legal and ethical responsibilities. Our state monitor's current academic plan, page 3, item A1, additionally mandates that we utilize a consultant agency to conduct the superintendent search. The superintendent search process began with the board's unanimous vote for the selection of the search firm Hazard, Young, and Atia, also known as HIA, on July 25th of 2024. Since then, we have engaged in multiple phases of the process, including opportunities for community input through focus groups and a district-wide survey. I can unpack those focus groups that were engaged. The perspectives of our students, families, staff, and community members have played a key role in shaping the search criteria and were used to capture the attributes and leadership profile developed by the firm. However, as with any executive search, confidentiality is essential to maintaining the integrity of the process and ensuring a qualified candidate pool. As a result, the board agreed to follow a closed, meaning private search process based on the expertise and direction of the search firm. To honor that confidentiality, we will not officially comment on individual applicants, as it violates the executive session privileges we have as board members. Every commissioner has been provided with the same access to candidate information, the ability to identify focus group participants, and opportunities to engage in the selection process. Not all have participated consistently and with fidelity. This board is fully aware of the long-standing concerns regarding governance and transparency, as highlighted in both the Distinguished Educators Report and the State Monitor's findings. In response, we have taken steps to improve our governance model by unanimously adopting the Council of Great City Schools Student Outcome-Focused Governance Model. We are very much at the early stages of that. Now, it is not the time for division, as the current political landscape is reshaping public education and expeditionally impacting district families who are at the forefront of our work. We are elected to lead this district, and the hiring of a superintendent is one of the most important responsibilities we have. I want to assure our community that we do not take this decision lightly. Once our final decision is made, we look forward to hosting community opportunities to engage with the superintendent. So I wanted to share those words with you, and I want to again acknowledge that this is a private search. And because there have been so many searches, when you consider the history of this district, there have been public searches, there have been no searches, there has been this, that, and the third. I know I sat in on a search where we were at Freddie Thomas, we were able to sit in the cafeteria, pack it out, meet the candidates. And because of all of this churn, I think our community sometimes is not sure what to expect. And they're wondering, is this transparent? What's happening? We are in a private search. So I hope my words, I hope me acknowledging this has provided some form of clarity. I'm sure it has not given full satisfaction, but that is my responsibility. And I am available for questions down the line. And I thank you for your understanding. I thank you for allowing me to share these moments. At this time, my mouth is dry. I'm going to take a swig of water. That was a long letter, wasn't it? My God. But what I do want to do is acknowledge that I'd like to entertain a motion to enter into executive session. And I'll read the statement. The board may convene into executive session to matters leading to the appointment, promotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal for particular persons and pending our current litigation with the general counsel.
Motion?
Motion by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Patterson. All in favor to enter executive session?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are entering into executive session at this time. Thank you. Thank you to our viewing audience for your patience and our community still present with us this evening. We are out of executive session and moving into the next portions of our agenda. At this time, under Superintendent's Report, Item 7, we are going to turn the mic over to Interim Superintendent Strickland for the Superintendent's Report.
Good evening, President Simmons, Vice President Malloy, Commissioners, fellow Rochester audience, my colleagues as well. I am pleased to bring you my report for the month of February. This month's data snapshot provides an update on key priorities within the strategic plan. While we still have work ahead, we are tracking progress in several areas. For example, our ELA and math proficiency rates remain areas of focus as we push towards our 2025 targets. Chronic absenteeism continues to be a challenge, and we are monitoring its impact on student achievement. Additionally, we are keeping a close watch on suspension rates as we work towards a more supportive school environment. These data points help guide our efforts, ensuring we stay focused on measurable improvement of our students. And just an FYI, for Priority 1D, our board goals, you will actually be receiving a presentation in our ESA committee on some actual updates. And for goals 1A, B, and C, those items are iReady MOY, so it shows what we are doing to get more of our students to reach towards typical growth, which lets us know if students are on grade level or not. And you will also get your MOY presentation at next ESA meeting. We have been informed by the New York State Education Department that we are required to adjust student access to certain Google services. This change is being made statewide to comply with education law requirements. So what does this mean for students? Students will still have access to Google core services like Gmail, Classroom, Google Classroom, Drive, and Docs. Google additional services like YouTube, Translate, Google Earth, Google Photos will be disabled for students starting March 24th. Students will no longer have direct access to these services. There are workarounds for teachers as they can still embed YouTube videos in Google Classroom, Seesaw, e-learning, and other instructional applications to support student learning. Additional options for impacted services are available, and our staff already have received that information. We've got a great new website with frequently asked questions and a lot of great resources for students and families. It is available at www.rcsdk12.org/Google. While this adjustment may seem significant, we anticipate minimal disruption to students' daily use of technology. We want to let families know that we have extended the deadline for our school selection process. It is now open through Friday, February 28th. A robocall, email, and text message were sent to affected families on Monday. As a reminder, this is for families with incoming kindergarten students and students entering 7th and 9th grades next school year. For more information, visit our website at www.rcsdk12.org/school selection. We have many outstanding students who are helping us to celebrate Black History Month. I want to offer my congratulations to the remarkable individuals we honored earlier this month who have demonstrated exceptional dedication with a GPA of 90% or better. They have excelled in the classroom and embraced the cultural heritage with pride. Special thanks to the planning committee and everyone involved with this celebration. Bell times for the 25-26 school year are set. Aside from the middle school times, there are no major changes to the bell times. Students in middle schools will be transported via our yellow buses. East is the exception. East Lower is 7:30 to 3 o'clock, and East Upper is 8 to 3:30. Job Shadow Week. Nearly 200 of our students had a unique opportunity to get a glimpse at their future careers during our Job Shadow Week. From February 3rd through February 6th, Seniors across the district visited businesses in the Rochester community to gain insight into the roles and responsibilities of our employees at various businesses. Our students learned about business administration, engineering, and mathematics, broadcasting, and information technology in local workplaces. Students completed over 800 plus combined hours of work-based learning and were accompanied by chaperones. We thank all of our partners and chaperones for supporting our students and giving them a great learning experience. Our community had the pleasure of celebrating World Read Aloud Day at several of our schools earlier this month. I want to thank the School 33, School 54, World of Inquiry, and Rochester International Academy communities for inviting many of us to celebrate with them as well as the many community partners and the volunteers of the Rochester community who read along to our scholars, to our young scholars this year and each year. Even my bestie, SOC President Hazel Roberts, shared her love of reading with students. Thank you, Hazel. We celebrated Global School of Play Day on Wednesday, February 5th. Healthy Kids collaborated with our district and the City of Rochester, uniting schools, libraries, and our centers to participate in all parts of the city. We know the impact of play on the development and well-being of our students. Healthy Kids provided toys and games for students to enjoy, and I know the adults did too. At school number 12, students participated in nature-based learning and at school number 45, students played ladder, golf, Jenga, and cup stacking. I am so excited to celebrate two outstanding coaches who have earned prestigious Section 5 Coach of the Year honors. Mr. Willie Mason, boys varsity basketball coach of the World of Inquiry, school number 58, has been recognized as the Class B1 Coach of the Year, while Maurice Jones, girls varsity basketball coach of East High School, received the same honor for Class A. World of Inquiry has an impressive 17-3 record, and they are playing in the second round of sectionals on Saturday, while the East girls are gearing up for their first sectional games. Wishing both teams at both schools the best luck this weekend. Coach Mason and Coach Jones, your dedication and leadership inspire us all. I would like to congratulate two of our students who were recognized this morning with the Do the Right Thing Awards for their positive behavior, accomplishments, and good deeds. We have Rayshawn Hamilton of All City High and Felix Iracunda at Edison Career and Technology High School. Congratulations to these well-deserving award recipients. I want to thank Dr. Chris Miller and the Human Capital team for their dedication to spreading kindness and creating a ripple effect of positivity across our district during Heartwarming Month. Throughout February, our staff enthusiastically participated in a month of kindness, connection, and heartwarming moments with 20 days of random acts of kindness and a kindness board set up in every RCSD location. I appreciate the work of the Human Capital team has done to bring our one RCSD community together. Board of Education members, tonight you will be considering my school closure recommendation that will start next school year. I want to thank the staff of Northwest High School who have provided input and spoken passionately about their school. I had a conversation with the Northwest Junior High School community earlier this month. I understand these changes aren't easy, yet they will create a better learning and extracurricular opportunities and modernized spaces with highly qualified staff and programming to meet diverse interests of our students in the long run. As you recall, this change is needed because we are entering phase 3 of the facilities modernization project. Expanded swing space deemed essential to meet project requirements, and plans developed to optimize resources while prioritizing student success is needed. The option was to close Northwest Middle School at the Douglas campus at the end of the school year and move Andrew Langston Middle School permanently to the Douglas campus. The alternative, which was shared with the Northwest Middle School, was that both schools would co-locate in the building, which means double administration, and double staff in many cases. School community outreach. We've held a meeting at Northwest Junior High and collected feedback at rcsd.org. The student transitions that would take place, current Northwest 7th graders would remain at the Douglas campus for the 8th grade, for 8th grade as Andrew Langston Middle School students, and then current Andrew Langston 7th graders, they would finish middle school at Andrew Langston Middle School in the new location at the Douglas campus, or remain in their zone and attend Thurgood Marshall. All incoming 7th graders will be placed in their appropriate zone, and remember, this does not even impact them because those students are still in our pre-K through 6th grade buildings. The staff transitions, Human Capital has met with both staffs and will work closely to support and care for any needs, and facilities, of course, will assist with moves. I want to also remind the Board of Education, we will continue to meet with the staff and connect. And finally, there are no projected layoffs as we do have vacancies with students that with staff without certification. And that concludes my report for the month of February. And I'll be willing to accept your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Strickland. At this time, I want to open the dais for questions by my colleagues. Seeing none, I do see one. Commissioner Elliott.
So as I'm looking at, in reference to the closure of Northwest, and I am looking at the data around proficiency, and the school is not faring well. And so, I've heard a lot of enthusiasm for the school, but I'm not seeing that translate into academic achievement. And so, while, relationships are good, but if we're not addressing the needs of these students, particularly when you're talking about Black and brown children, then that becomes an issue, and more of more evidence that that the school may need to be closed. If I was looking at different kinds of numbers, then that would probably be a different conversation. But when you look at 6% ELA rate, and other scores around proficiency, it does not add up to the enthusiasm that I heard tonight. Let me just also say one other thing that I heard that I took exception with. When one person spoke and said that they were giving our students leftover food, that really took me the wrong way. And so don't come up here thinking that we're going to accept the fact that you're giving Black and brown kids leftover food. That doesn't fare well. So the person may not have meant it that way, but that's where racism and sensitivity comes in, when somebody makes a statement like that, and they were very adamant when they said that. So what I'm saying is, again, the enthusiasm that I heard does not match what I'm looking at in terms of the proficiency rates. And so I would just say that, Mr. Superintendent, this board has to make that decision. But, and we tend to have a lot of that in this district, where people come together, don't want to lose the jobs, but then when we look at the data, that data doesn't resonate with the kind of positive experience positive conversations that we see in this board meeting. And we're looking at the data now. Time out for the other stuff. We've got to look at the data. So I just wanted to point that out, Mrs. Superintendent. Thank you.
I'm going to stay down at this end of the dais for now, and I'll go with Commissioner Griffin and work my way in.
In reference to school closures, or even consolidating schools, there's so many different dynamics we need to look at. We have teachers that have been in certain schools a long time. I'm just going to reflect back on when I was going to school. I seen the same teachers from kindergarten to the 6th grade. It makes a difference. There are certain dynamics that we have to look at as far as the data. That is correct. But we can't look at one part of the data and not look at the whole entire data. So we have to look at data from several years and what happened over the years. Yeah, we're gonna have little pitfalls. So we have to take everything into consideration. For me, as a commissioner, I'm not gonna just take one part of data and look at it. I need to see what has happened over a certain period of time. So we have to open the book and read it. We can't just read the cover and the back. So for me, we need to be more thorough. For me, I need to be thorough in making a decision for our stakeholders and our teachers and our children. And I think that's where it may have been fell victim in the past. So I have a lot of questions regarding the consolidation of these two schools. I have visited them both. There is major concern at both ends in helping our children as a whole. We need to make good decisions, and we need to have proof on why we're making these decisions. So with that being said, it's really, for me, it has a lot to do with the policies that we have governed and the trajectory of both of these schools coming together and how would they make it, what is the plan? I'm having some skepticism.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner Patterson.
Yes, I want to apologize to the audience. I'm going downhill quickly here. Yes, I'm going to leave after this, I think. I just have a question and for the superintendent. You know, if we're closing Northwest Middle School at the
Yes.
Douglas campus at the end of this year, right, 2024, 2025 school
Yes, sir.
year, and then we're going to reopen it as the, Andrew Langston Middle School permanently, it moves to the Douglas campus.
Correct.
What are we doing there? We're just moving someone back into the Douglas campus? And if we're moving another school back into the Douglas campus, why are we moving the present, and I hope I'm being clear,
Yes.
the present, students and administration, why are we moving them out just to move another school in? I just don't understand that. So
No, that's
could you
a
clarify that
very,
for me?
very great, fair question, Commissioner Patterson. So in essence, what we are doing is closing the beds code of Northwest Middle School. Excuse me, I want to watch my words. I am proposing the closure of a beds code. So when you close a beds code, that simply means that the school ID number and the name dies. I hate using that word. The school name and ID number is gone away. We would then be moving Sunset, thank you. We would then be moving the Andrew Langston campus, that beds code that's associated with that school, over to the Douglas campus, and that's where the new campus would exist. Now, the students' populations, the eighth graders would then move out of both schools because they're going on to ninth grade. And in a sense, we are merging two seventh grade classes to that school to live at the at the Douglas campus. They would be Andrew Langston students. The students then going into the seventh grade would simply be assigned to the Douglas campus, and they wouldn't even have any recollection of, the difference between Northwest and the Douglas. And they wouldn't even have any recollection they won't even know what Northwest was in particular, nor Andrew Langston at the Jefferson campus in particular. They would, in a sense, be merging the staffs. And that's, in essence, what is happening. There's a low numbers or low enrollment in the Northwest zone. And in addition, as your fellow commissioner stated, part of the decision was around the possibility of going into further CSI status, which would be receivership. And the data was part of the consideration as to why it had to be Northwest. Now, my team has been trying to do its due diligence with ensuring, because I said certain things make sense. Because of the RTA contract, it would tell the Northwest teachers, because we're closing their building, their code, that they would have to apply for transfers. In a lot of cases, because their staff is larger, and the Andrew Langston staff is smaller, a lot of them will be able to stay. In addition, both schools have vacancies. They have per diem long-term subs in positions, and those individuals would not have rights. They would, of course, they would be bumped out in some way, shape, or form. However, we can't just simply, it would be fiscally irresponsible to have 2 middle schools in a building, same age, same type of, adolescence, and 2 assistant principals for one school, 2 assistant principals for another school, 1 principal for one school, 1 principal for another school. It is not like we had it in the past where there was 1 high school and 1 middle school. We're talking about middle school population, same type of, going through the same things, and that's why this recommendation was made. Lastly, we just opened the beds code of Thurgood Marshall, Andrew Langston, and it would be frowned upon the state if we were to close those beds codes after we just opened them.
Is this a follow-up question? Is this something that has to happen immediately? Can we put more time or more thought into this? Is there federal dollars we're going to lose, or state dollars if we put off this vote for a little bit so we can dive deeper further into it? I'd like to actually physically go over to the school and take a look myself, because I've never been there, to be honest with you, but, and that's a shame as me being a board member.
Understood.
But I'll let you answer.
Again, I appreciate that. I will say that I respectfully did let former President Elliott know in our supervision meetings prior to her exiting, and that was the first meeting that I actually had with President Simmons. Of course, this decision is yours. I'm just helping you all hopefully make a fiscally responsive decision for this community, and I definitely understand. But the New York State Education Department does have a closing date of March 1st, where we have to submit an application. That's one thing. And then number 2 would be, that was one thing, March 1st. And then number 2, it'll come back to me. Oh, sorry, F&P is starting. F&P has to start. We have to start F&P of Wilson Magnet High School, MLK School number 9. The Jefferson campus was originally slated for swing space. Through the process of the changes of superintendents and different administrations, that plan was blown up in different ways. The plan was considering to have Wilson Magnet placed at the Charlotte campus where we have Thurgood Marshall. Test fits were done. Thurgood Marshall and Wilson cannot fit at the Charlotte campus together. So what we had to do was we had to consolidate in some way, shape, or form so that we opened up the space for the Wilson students to be at the Jefferson campus for a swing space. So I know that's a lot, but yes, we are working under deadlines, and that's why I was trying to provide as many updates as possible. But again, it's your decision, and I definitely respect your thoughts. I do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are there any other comments? Yes, Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, thank you. Since we're talking about the closure and this is part of the presentation, I just want to point out that I'm going to be voting no tonight on this as well. And particularly, I have a little bit of different reasons. And this is definitely nothing against Northwest, because they were one of my favorite schools. You guys literally graduated 2 of my babies, and I would not have been able to do it without the staff and the commitment from you all. I really wouldn't have, especially at that point in time in my life. So, I absolutely want to be fiscal responsible, and I've been advocating for fiscal responsibility since I've joined this board, and it's always heartbreaking for me to make school closure decisions because I do blame past boards. I just do. Like, if they were right-sizing along the way correctly and appropriately, it would have looked like one school at a time versus what feels like we're slaughtering multiple schools, 10, 5, 3, 4. Again, failures of past school boards. But failures of past school boards also include these types of decisions like this, making a school closure while there's going to be a transition of a superintendent. And again, typically with the leadership team, there's transition with the cabinet as well, because we are under the provision of a special law in Rochester and in Buffalo where your superintendent gets to select their cabinet members and the board have no say in that. So, I think back when Terry Dade was here and I argued against the superintendent at that time around the closure of School 44 with these big old plans that they were going to do a South Zone pre-K center right around the corner from my house, by the way. And that never came into fruition. It just didn't happen. The board allowed that superintendent to close that school, break that community apart, upheld none of the promises made to families and staff because none of those people were here to oversee what they had told those people months before. And I fear like this is the pattern that we have and that no one thinks about these intersecting sort of connections of decisions, consequences, actions, and outcomes. And so for those reasons, I cannot support this and I will not support this. And I say that truthfully and honestly to the community listening that, again, I don't know what the future is gonna hold, but if in a perfect world we were moving forward and there was a change and then the change was solid and staying and we were stable and they made this decision, but I no longer will support any long-term decisions that can impact families and students and our staff negatively without stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner Santiago.
Wondering, what is the current population over there at Northwest?
Over 500, or a little less than 500, I'm sorry.
And I guess the next part of my question is, if your current proposal isn't planned, if your current proposal isn't passed, what's your current plan on as far as other options? Because there are real issues and real things that we have to prepare for, and
Of course.
the board may not agree that this is the best way to do it, but there's still it's still something that has to be solved and mitigated as much as possible. And so I'm wondering what's the plan B?
Your plan will be, our plan will be to co-locate the buildings. So again, 2 principals, 4 assistant principals, 2 for each school, and double staffs. And, there's, I don't have any other, I understand what, was being asked. That's the plan. And again, we've also made commitments in the past administration not to co-locate, if all possible, middle and high schools. So we have to, all those things have been brought into account. The Northwest staff, they know I talked to them. I was their chief. I told them it was hard to even go talk to them because of the fact that I know the family that's there. I know the family that's there. But again, there's all those varying factors that, helped us arrive at that decision. So again, that's why I did say, and they know that there was a slide, and they, Ms. LaLoja, for instance, welcomed it, saying, hey, we'll come together. And I knew that was one of the things that they were also, looking to do, because I do know that staff. But again, we just have to be fiscally responsive, and I definitely understand.
And so is there a marker as far as with a closure, the possibilities of closure, is there a target or a marker as far as the population that you are attempting to get, maybe that individual school, or like you said, the bed school, so the other schools around that area, Is there a target number that you're attempting to get to? And I know that you spoke a little bit about, the transition plan between staff. But this does become a very hard issue, and this
Yeah.
is like always the conflicting place between decisions is that, we know that there's going to be the facility modernization plan coming up, which
Yes.
is needed for our buildings, and that we can't locate our students in the building while it's also being constructed. And so it's truly there's an issue out there. It's not just closing a school, but I also know how instability can affect students. And so I just, for me, it is a conflicting decision. And I would love to hear, the board has to make their decision, but depending on the decision tonight, as far as what are the steps forward to help mitigate the problem, even if it's not just, what is currently proposed tonight.
Oh, okay. So the statement is that if the, oh, okay, I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Vice President Malloy, did you have?
Yes, thank you. Just similar to what some of the other commissioners have expressed, I too believe we need to be fiscally responsible. That's our duty, that's our job, part of our job. However, we have an academic plan that was developed around this idea of having smaller middle schools to help our students reach academic success. And my fear is that by combining these buildings, student relationships will potentially change with teachers. And as a teacher, I'll tell you, those relationships matter and they're everything. And I think all of our students are struggling in all of our schools if we look at data and how students aren't performing where we want them to perform. But you can't take away those relationships. And unfortunately, I feel like this is too rushed a plan at this time. I am not opposed in the future to closing schools if necessary, but we created these schools just last year. And I feel like we're rushing as much as we need to save money and be fiscally responsible. I think we're going about it the wrong way if we move forward in this manner. So it's going to be a no for me tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Commissioner Elliott, I did see your hand.
Thank you. So, Superintendent, what does that mean for the FMP in that whole plan? How is that,
So
this decision that this board may make tonight, how does it impact the facilities modernization timeline?
So it's not going to impact it because we already have in place $475 million that has to be used in a current timeline. And
You're saying it will impact it?
No, excuse me.
Not impact
It will not impact in that we're going to still move them. You're just going to have multiple campuses together. Okay, so now that also creates a new dynamic. 2 middle schools, adolescents, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I definitely, again, understand what you're all saying on this dais, and I just have to keep.
So let me just also say this. I'm number one for relationships, but I also believe that academic achievement is far more important than relationships. And if we really did have relationships, I would argue that we would see that in terms of academic achievement. And we do not see that from the data that I'm looking at in academic performance. And so we've got some board goals that we've got to accomplish, and there's some very aggressive goals that we've decided that we all voted on. And so relationships is one thing, but I've heard many of you talk all the time about, let me see the data. Now I'm hearing that people are saying, well, it's about relationships. You can't have it, you may be able to have it both ways, but in this particular situation, these numbers are gross. I'll just put it out there. And then this board is talking about relationships. Now, I'm gonna bring it back in your face in the future if you tell me that you want some data when we're seeing the data now. Just know I'm gonna bring it back into your faces. So I'm just, that's just what I'm saying, because, we've got an opportunity here where we can move our, district forward. We can streamline this because the enrollment is low. And so I'm just putting it out there that now it's about relationships. But you also talk about data. So, we've got to, and this data is gross data for Northwest. And so, I'm just putting out this for your consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Elliott. Let me take a pause. Did you want to respond to that, Superintendent? Is it-
I actually wanted to respond to something Vice President Malloy brought up.
Okay, let me do this.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna, I'll acknowledge your hand in a moment, Commissioner Griffin. I'm gonna defer to the superintendent, who's gonna acknowledge something, and then we'll go there.
I just wanted to be clear. So the academic plan doesn't actually call for a specific size for middle schools. We generally know that we want middle schools to be successful and be around 600. However, the academic plan does call for reducing our footprint, making sure we have certificated individuals in classrooms, things of that nature. And I, again, definitely understand, even with all those, yeah,
Interrupt.
absolutely.
With all
No
due
problem.
respect, I am going to push
Absolutely.
back just a little bit on
Sure.
that, because when all of this was presented to us prior to you becoming the
Sure.
interim superintendent,
Mhm.
our prior superintendent, that is how the information was presented to many of the commissioners in those 322 meetings.
Mhm.
And so, yes, that was in fact presented to us. So thank you.
No, I was just saying the academic plan. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go to Commissioner Griffin, then I'm gonna come back down to Commissioner LeBron.
I just think that we need to get it back to increasing the enrollment in our district. And I think in recruiting kids back into district, fixing the schools that we have and making them better and making them good and not taking them away. We want to bring our kids back, but we're closing schools. So I think we need to change that trajectory and let's make the schools great like they should be, like they used to be, and put the things in them that they need, our children need, the CTE programs and the athletics and all those other things that they need that we see in other suburban districts that we don't have. And I think we'll see the children come back to us, but don't close the schools. Let's keep them open and make them great.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, I'm going to actually push back on Commissioner Malloy, trying to push back on Dr. Strickland, because to my point, as she pointed out, a previous superintendent made some of these conversations an initial presentation. I got what you are reporting out of Carmine's presentation to us. But again, this goes back to that these conversations have been happening for a little bit, but because we have had no stability, it's like we have to restart them all over again. And then there's no oversight because the team that made the plan, that made the decision, here we are again, another sweeping team. Like, we're never going to have outcomes that we want to see in this district if we don't have stability. Point blank, period. So I just want to point that out, that having a conversation, of course, nobody on this board, and I went to the superintendent in full disclosure tonight, and I said to him, I'm not going to be voting on this, even though I said I would initially, because you're not going to be here, your team may not be here. Who's going to be here to oversee everything that's being, conversed? You yourself went to talk to this school, and I don't, there's commissioners shaking their head, but they're voting for instability in this district. It's insanity to me. But all I will say is that, to Commissioner Elliott, I think, because I know your heart and I know that you understand the significance of relationships and outcomes and the ties, that, I hear what you're saying as well. And it's not to downsize the relationships piece. I get that the data may not be there, but I think that there's a bigger challenge across this entire community regarding poverty and what kids are living through and experiencing. And for us to stop having these expectations that kids are gonna come and miraculously in 6 hours a day, we're gonna ease all of the traumas and dramas that they're dealing with. It's also an unrealistic ideology that society has created, and I'll be honest, it really feels sometimes like white supremacy has created, particularly in Black and brown schools, by tying these assessments to them. It's all insanity to me, but to the point that again, there were promises and conversations had with a team and a superintendent that's no longer here. And then we keep having these same repetitive conversations, and when the restart over and over and over and over again. And until we have stability, these are going to be the continuous outcomes. It doesn't matter. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Superintendent Strickland, you had a comment?
Again, thank you for the robust conversation, Vice President Malloy. I definitely understand, where you came from with that's what the previous administration had brought forth. I do also want to remind everyone on the dais, we also brought forth no co-location. We did not want to co-locate campuses together as well. And I just have to put that out there, and I definitely understand. But again, I just get worried about the double budgeting of things. We're about to present some exciting stuff later that is going to quickly shift, if which is fine. We'll go back to the drawing board. However, I just I just want you all to know that, again, hard decision, definitely thought out, and I told you, because I know the individuals in particular, some personally, I sent my team back to the drawing board a few times, because I just, was worried about the impact. But I just wanted to leave that there, and, sorry.
Yeah,
Thank you, President.
So I think we've had a robust conversation. I do want to ask about the timing, because I recognize that March 1st, this is an expedited process because March 1st is quickly approaching. And that's why the board policy does dictate or suggest that we should have these conversations further in advance so that we can unpack all of the concerns we have. And so I just want to know, how did this discovery happen? And I think you may have touched on it, but if you can remind us how you came upon, hey, this is what we need to do.
So upon my ascension into this role, F&P started moving quick, fast, in a hurry. I had to even submit a letter. That's one of my first duties to the nice New York State Education Department, requesting that we get this show on the road for F&P because of the timeline of the projected timeline of 2031, where these projects needed to be finished. And again, previous board president, I alerted her of these of this being a potential option. And then likewise, when you ascended into the role, alerted you as well. And again, it's different. It's kind of, it's very difficult because F&P, which we do meet on a monthly basis with the Joint Construction School Board, they are just different benchmarks and timelines that have to be followed, where test fits started being done. And then we were like, oh no, first, this is not going to be able to work. It's not going to be able to coexist, or, we can't have these two schools together because this plan was prior to both administrations. We've simply acquired it, and it's just trying to make it work for our current environments. And, that's what I had to do, and that's why we're putting this, this forth. In a perfect world, you all know that I am a rule follower. You know what I mean? I will follow the rules to the T, and unfortunately, I could not, we could not do it because of the constrained timelines. And, that's how we have arrived to where we are. And again, they all know at Northwest, Andrew Langston, it's not personal, not personal at all. And I had to convey that to them. And it's just, we had criteria, we had quick decisions that needed to be made. But again, I do want to acknowledge our chief of operations and our chief of communications and our deputy superintendent, chief of staff, for their due diligence to give me multiple options. And I wanted multiple options because, again, I said I did not want to go in front of that staff, which I know them, And this was the best option that they provided.
And I know you noted that Northwest has about less than 500 students. How many does Andrew Langston currently have?
Andrew Langston has less than 300 students. There would likely be additional shifts, like for instance, maybe moving one of the administrators at the Langston campus over to the new school to ensure that the Andrew Langston students who are in a new location are set up for success. The Northwest administration, we would have to play this out the right way, putting the appropriate staffs together in terms administrative-wise. School principal decisions have not been made as of yet. They just finished their intent. So we'll be going in, trying to maintain as much stability as possible, but we have to take into account, what principals are also looking for. So yes, there was advocacy, but I don't even know, what his intentions are, and they could change. But again, there's a lot of things that we have to consider.
Can we hear from our state monitor on this? If that's, I'm sorry, when your questions are done.
Okay, go ahead.
No, can we hear from the state monitor?
Yeah,
on the stuff
I'm
when your questions
getting
are
ready to go there. Yes, I would like to hear from you in one moment. I was trying to find my other, because I wrote a bunch of jumbled stuff on here, as you can probably see. But because I can't find where I wrote it just now, it was like a little scribble. I'm going to go over to the state monitor, if you could weigh in on this conversation at this time.
Thank you, President Simmons, and thank you for calling on me, Commissioner Santiago. The recommendation in the academic plan and the financial plan is to right-size the district. It's based on the seat available that the district has right now, that there are more than 900 seats capacity in the district. Commissioner Elliott makes a good point, talking about accountability, talking about where the students are. So we need to look at what is best for the kids and what is best for the district and how we can save for the future of the district. We have different options. F&P, there's a need for swing space for the high school. We have Wilson that is going to go through renovation. We have Padilla that is going to go later on through renovations. So we needed to find locations where we can host all the kids, put all the kids together. School number 9 is going to be split in 2 different buildings because they don't have another facility big enough to host the kids. So this is the best option that the superintendent is presenting based on the enrollment in the district, the capacity in the district, and making sure that during the tranche 1 for FMP, Wilson gets done on time so we can move in, out, and bring another school for renovation. So.
Thank you, State Monitor, for that. And if we moved and put Wilson in for the FMP, and they would, again, have to co-locate or what have you, if we didn't move forward with the closure of the bed codes, that would be the only option, is that would become a co-location scenario, or?
Yes, the 2 middle schools will co-locate because I will not co-locate a middle school and a high school. I definitely don't want to do that. That would not be sound. I mean, I used to be the chief of
been in there.
Northwest and Northeast, and I was there every week.
Yeah.
I believe that at that.
I've definitely served in schools
Yep.
where the high school,
Yep.
middle school, and I
Yep.
didn't particularly think that was the greatest. Right, so Wilson will move in, as we know, and then Andrew
the
Langston
Jefferson campus.
into the Jefferson campus,
Correct.
yes. And then Andrew Langston and Northwest would combine at the Douglas campus. And if we did not close the bed codes, it would become a co-location scenario, in which you've expressed would become this double staffing situation for a
Yes,
very
double
low number
administration.
of students.
Yes.
And so, and it would have to be double staffing, because the only way to not double staff it is to close the bed codes. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct. If we don't, we could lower the enrollment, but guess what? Then they would have to go to other schools, and the other 2 schools are fairly large in nature. It just, we would have double staffs in most cases.
Okay, and then if this decision was delayed and not made by March 1st, because the state to do it at this particular time, it would need
Yes.
to happen at March 1st, what would be the next opportunity if we needed more time to really consider the impact of this decision and what that looks like? What does that look like for us?
Yes, that would be March 1st, 2026. So a year of extra incurred cost, and again, that's the prerogative of this Board of Education.
And do you have a idea of that financial incurred
Yes.
cost?
With
you sent
the
that to us?
potential, yes, I did send that on my confidential letter, but with the closure of a school, there would be a savings of approximately $1.9 million. And I was very cautious to not present numbers because we're talking about people. We're not talking about, numbers.
And, I want to acknowledge in this
Yes.
conversation, although we want to ensure that decisions at the crux are people-centered, I also want to acknowledge that multiple things can be true at the same time. Relationships can matter, data can matter, and financial probability can matter. And all of those things collectively make up a decision. So I do want to acknowledge the importance and gravity of all of those pieces, for sure. I think that concludes my questions for now. This is, difficult and, also considering, I like that 3-month period to talk through some stuff, right? Because you can go back and think about some things. And it's February 27th, right? So at this time, I guess we need to really go into the next report. Thank you, thank you. If you all in the viewing audience looked over at Superintendent Blocker just now, listen, ma'am, I have not forgotten you. Thank you, State Monitor. Superintendent Blocker, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Superintendent Strickland, for your leaning into this conversation this evening. And before we go over, I do want to acknowledge our two coaches real quick, because Willie Jones was a student. I'm dating myself, but he was a student at Freddie Thomas High School when I worked inside that school through a nonprofit organization. And to see him become an excellent coach in the district, I want to just shout him out. And that same nonprofit, Mr. Maurice Jones, served as a youth advocate at the time in which I was at that nonprofit as well. So the ties that bind us together, that was wonderful to see. And that concludes Superintendent Strickland's report. Thank you so much for your patience, Superintendent Blocker. The mic is yours, ma'am.
Good evening, President Simmons, Vice President Malloy, our commissioners, and the Rochester community. This is the February report for East. First, I would like to start out by congratulating our 8 scholars that were East High graduates of January 2025. We are so proud of you. Daimir, Terry, Charnel, Vanessa, Yassine, Shania, Adriana, and Donovan really showed perseverance in hanging in there. And I'd like to give a special thank you and shout out to All City High School for their tremendous work with our scholars. It has truly been a team effort. Scholars in Mr. Dryden's class were asked to develop and defend their personal definition of success. They were asked to support their idea with an essay and create a piece of artwork that represented their attributes about this topic with a shadow box. They truly enjoyed the evolution of what success meant after learning and reflecting on what was important to them. Parents and guests came in to hear their ideas. I was also able to go to the different groups and listen to the scholars, and it was truly amazing to see how much they understood about what success really means, that it's not simply money, it's a combination of many things that are joined together. Our aging services interns had their final poster presentations this past week to wrap up their 12-week career exploration internship program at the Junior Jewish Senior Living. They learned about the various careers that they can pursue at a senior living facility. Our interns shadowed physical therapists, recreational therapists, administrators, food service staff, social workers, and nurses. We had several family members and staff members from East and the Jewish Senior Living Center listening to the presentations, and we are proud of our aging service interns. The Rochester Peace Collective Alternatives to Violence Project hosted a weekend workshop at Muller Field Station on Honeoye Lake, where scholars were trained in the transformative power of peace and nonviolence. Scholars learned how to unleash their own inner peace so they can positively transform themselves, their families, schools, institutions, and communities. The weekend retreat was funded by a generous grant from the City of Rochester, and the scholars that represented East that went truly enjoyed the experience. We have our spring nursing interns that have started their first week. They will be doing the career exploration program for 10 weeks, and it will take them through various trainings such as Narcan, infectious disease, medication administration, stop the bleed, vital signs, and much more. One of the highlights of this CIP program is that the interns at the end will spend 2 full days in the Strong Memorial Hospital operating room. Our scholars have done some East advocacy work. They are preparing to represent the U.S. Assembly members to debate bills in Albany. They were at the Executive Office Building. Several state and county representatives presented as guest speakers, including a East High alum, Assemblyperson Sarah Cook. Scholars did a remarkable job debating their bills and honing their skills before they go. Our general chemistry scholars were working on a solutions unit in Mr. Jenkins' class. They kicked off this unit by designing an experiment to explore saturation, concentration, and solubility through rock candy making. Using heat to supersaturate a sugar solution, they applied their learning and understanding of solubility and temperature to initiate crystallization. Next, they will analyze sports drinks and nutrition. I am very proud to say on February 12th, 12 East scholars were inducted into the National Technical Honor Society. This distinction is very rare and is earned by scholars at the upper echelon of their CTE programs who have demonstrated exceptional skill, leadership, and dedication in workforce education. Congratulations to them. Mr. Hart took our East scholars to the Jiva production, Nina Simone, 4 women. When Nina Simone heard that 4 black girls had been killed in the bombing of the 16th Avenue Church in Birmingham, Alabama, she channeled that rage into a song, Mississippi Goddamn, that marked her emergence as a civil rights activist. The production followed 4 women and their journey that led them down a path of discovery and healing. The scholars that were able to attend this found it very moving. Clarissa Street, our TLI sophomores had the opportunity to do a walking tour through the Cornhill neighborhood with a special focus on Clarissa Street, which was once a thriving corridor of Black-owned businesses. They also had the chance to visit a former jazz club, the first Black dentist office of Rochester, as well as hear from several elders who grew up in the neighborhood. This is part of their ethnography unit when they study our community's past and present so they can be better leaders for the future. Our Senior Shadow Week, as Superintendent Strickland alluded to, several of our seniors participated in the district's annual Shadow Week. There were a variety of places our scholars visited, Delaware North at Blue Cross Arena, the Chamber of Commerce, Lakelands, URMC, just multiple places, RPD. Scholars enjoyed the different perspectives that they heard, and it really enabled them to understand what are more future opportunities available to them. And then last is the photojournalism blog. Senior Raheem Gunter completed a photojournalist project by creating a series of interview questions, and then he gathered his information and pictures to accompany it. He focused on the TLI, the Teaching and Learning Institute program, and the Freedom School, and combined the significance they have each had on his life. His photography website is at the link above, if anyone would choose to go to it. Our data snapshot for February, we have had 16 out-of-school suspensions for lower, 32 for upper. Chronic absenteeism at lower is 54.2 and upper 54.3. Our daily attendance for lower is 82.9%, and for upper school, 80.3%. Our cohort graduation rate went up just a bit with January graduation. We have 7.3% now, and we have 7.3% that have dropped out now. That concludes the portion of the East update. Superintendent Strickland and I will also give a transition update.
So thank you, Superintendent Blocker. So it was very important that we continuously bring to you the updates of the strong partnership that we have developed as we are bringing the East High School community back into the fold of RCSD. So wanted to take the time to go through each of the boxes to let you know that we have already settled on the RTA and ASAR collective bargaining agreements. The school day that dictated the school day's length, which is 7.5 hours. Bell times are remaining the same, with yellow buses for middle schools to be in line with the other middle schools, and RTS for our upper school. Their 72-minute block scheduling will continue. Collaborative planning time will continue and is built into the schedule. The 6th grade will have an enrollment capped at 40. East 7th and 8th grade will have an enrollment capped at 180, each for 25-26. East lower 8th graders will roll up automatically to 9th grade at East unless they opt out. 50 scholars will be added to the 9th grade cohort for a maximum of 250 for the cohort 2025. All cohorts will remain at 200 for grades 10, 11, and 12. SPED continuum for lower has expanded to resource, for lower and upper, resource consultant teacher 1211 self-contained for 7th grade, and 1211 New York State alternative SEFs for 7th grade. Same thing for upper. There will be one additional 1211 self-contained and for 9th grade, and 2 1213 NYSA mixed classes, and those will roll up with new self-contained students entering the schools. And then finally, a bilingual program will be added to the 7th grade with a bilingual TA. So that was the model that we are going for. And then the transitional bilingual program at East Upper will have, there will also be added heritage speakers options, which are individuals that are born in the United States, but we want to continue to enhance their native language of Spanish. Thank you.
On the next slide, it was agreed upon the East curriculum will continue to be used for 25-26, that East and RCSD will analyze both of their curriculums together collaboratively and determine which is the best opportunity to combine areas for success for all. East current classes will transfer to the RCSD catalog, and new course requests will follow the RCSD process. East will maintain a separate academic handbook for 25-26. Teacher leader allocations were finalized for 25-26. They will match more closely what the RCSD is presenting for their teacher leaders. East will maintain a community school model, a community school coordinator. The health clinic and the dental clinic, if chosen to be funded by the RCSD, will take place. The Food Link contract will be provided through A funds. The Leader in Me and Center for Youth contracts will be provided for grant funds. The lower school will have 2 assistant principals, 2 counselors, and 2 social workers. Freshman Academy will have 2 administrators, 2 counselors, and 2 social workers. And grades 10 through 12 will have 1 assistant principal, 1 counselor, and 1 social worker for each grade at 10, 11, and 12. So that is a cumulative opportunity for you to see the work that has been done the last 5 or 6 months, all together in 2 slides, and we'll continue to update you as we go. Thank you. Any questions
Yeah,
that
Madam
I can
President,
respond to?
Yeah, I just wanted
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Blocker, for your presentation. Before we open the dais for comments or questions, I did want to acknowledge the Nina Simone 4 Women. That was phenomenal. I love that. And Clarissa Street, all this, that's all in my things there. And before I open it, I wanted to ask you about the recommendations. And I think I already raised this question. You guys said that you have these discussions. These recommendations that we see in front of us are what you all have agreed to and are going to happen.
Correct. Certainly, we all know whomever the superintendent may be moving forward has the right to do whatever they choose to do. I certainly hope there is going to be the commitment from the board that was said repeatedly that they will continue to support what was built for the last 10 years and slowly transition over. So all of these recommendations have been from meeting with Dr. Strickland, meeting with East staff, meeting with RCSD staff to determine what is the best route that we give back, but we also preserve at the same time. So these are what we're suggesting. I cannot tell you what whomever is named is going to do.
You have the commitment from this board that's already been noted and documented, but I wanted to make sure, Dr. Blocker, that what I'm looking at are not like suggestions. They are, in fact, what you all have identified, agreed to, and wondering, will this be like a report, or put into, this is what we're doing?
We have various data, various documentation about this. Some of this actually goes back to last school year. As you know, my predecessor actually appointed me as the liaison to the East High transition. These are inputs. So I want to, put the student focus outcomes language out there. These are inputs. These are superintendent decisions. And what I can say is we wanted to do our due diligence with beginning the procedure of right-sizing the school, but not taking away the complete integrity of what has happened there. We don't want it to backslide to where it was, which is why we have been very meticulous with how we handle this project.
Yes, absolutely. Recognition of the inputs, not confused by that, but want to make sure that's good. Commissioner Elliott, I definitely saw you.
I just wanted to point out, you mentioned about the 4 little girls, but I just watched over the last week or so about the 5th girl, whose name is Sarah Collins Rudolph. And so I just wanted to acknowledge her. She lost an eye in that whole thing, and just saw that over the last couple of weeks or so. So I just wanted to also highlight, and it was her sister, Addie Collins, who was killed in the bombing. So I just wanted to highlight her.
Thank you for saying that. Often the ones that live, what they've gone through is diminished because they didn't die. So thank you for bringing that up.
Sure.
Keisha and Joseph Carter for bringing that to the world, because I didn't know that until I saw it. Thank you for that, Commissioner Elliott. I see your hand, Commissioner Patterson.
Squeezing in there. Just a question. In grades 10 to 12, we'll have 1 assistant principal, 1 counselor, and 1 social worker for each grade. That counselor, probably the social worker too, but at least speaking for the counselor, that's a lot of students for one counselor, especially in those most important grades, 10 through 12, when they're preparing for college or, career readiness. Could you speak to that, why you two came up with only one counselor for that many students?
It's one counselor for each grade level. One counselor, administrator, social worker for 10th grade, another counselor, administrator, social worker for 11th and for 12th. So it's really at the upper school, the same model that we have had. We did make reductions at the lower school in the counselor and social worker load, but not in the upper school. That remains the same, with the exception we will reduce by one counselor to incorporate our bilingual social worker that we have now at East.
And I don't understand that. Could you explain that for me? Read that last statement? The counselor for the bilingual or something like that?
Bilingual counselor that we were finally able to hire this year. Instead of just servicing bilingual students only, next year she will be part of the counselor, administrator, social work team and work with all students in that alphabet caseload, but be available for all Hispanic scholars that may need additional support, especially IEP mandated counseling.
In grades 10 through 12, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. How many students is that approximately, like, per grade? Like 10th grade?
200 is the total cohort for each grade. So one counselor, one social worker, one admin for 200.
And that's the norm?
I wouldn't say it's the norm, but it's what we've had the last 10 years.
Thank you, Dr. Blocker. Thank you, Commissioner Patterson. Are there any other statements or questions or comments for the transition conversation or Dr. Blocker's report this evening? Seeing none at this time, thank you, Dr. Blocker, for your presentation, and both of you for the transition conversation this evening.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay, it looks like we have the preliminary budget presentation
Yes.
at this time.
So I see our acting chief financial officer making its way to the podium. It's Board of Education members. I'm excited to bring you the preliminary draft budget for the 25-26 school year. Again, Dr. Demario Strickland, and I am co-presenting with our acting chief financial officer, Derek Blair. Next slide.
Before we continue, and I apologize for the interruption, I don't see the presentation in board docs.
Yep.
That's not supposed to be.
So one of the things that, and apologies, yes, the presentation was intentionally held, because Oracle is getting up and running, which is great, and we literally were inputting numbers up to today, but also we wanted to be sure that the Board of Education had this information prior to the public, okay? And this is a best practice for many districts.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure,
Yep,
because I don't see
absolutely.
it there. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay. First and foremost, just wanted to explain what the 25-26 revenue sources are. We have city, local, state, and federal dollars that are associated. And as you could see, the pie chart does show that the majority of our funding, which in this case for our revenue is $790,684,500. So again, that's the majority of our revenue as a district. Next slide. Go ahead.
So with any budget, it always starts with the revenue. And for the city, we're anticipating a revenue of $119,100,000. This has been the same amount we've gotten for over 20 years, so we're pretty confident that's going to be correct. Our local revenue is anticipated at $39,185,000, which is a 24% increase of $7,590,000. Our state revenue is where we're seeing most of our dollar increases. We're expecting $790,684,000, which is a 4.7% increase of $35,459,000. Our federal revenue is anticipated at $4,030,000, which is a 6.6% increase of $250,000. And we are not using any funds from fund balance. So our total draft budget is $953,000. Next slide. So some key assumptions. We're seeing that the foundation aid from the governor's budget, the executive budget, has increased by $41 million this year. Continued increases in pharmaceutical rebates have helped us. We're continuing to see increases from our interest from our cash in the bank. We're seeing an increase in revenue for charter school basic aid and transitional aid due to the increase in charter school enrollment. And I want to make sure that everyone understands that upon receipt of any new legislative runs for the budget, we're going to be reviewing and making changes accordingly. Next slide. So our appropriations are basically what we're intending on expensing. In the general fund, our draft appropriations right now are $85,930,000, which is going to be a $9.3 million change, or 12% change from last year. Our instructional appropriations are going to be $497,000, and that's an actual decrease of 1%, a decrease of $4.7 million. Our transportation draft expenditures are looking at about $78 million, which is a 4.5% increase of $3,401,000. Our community support looks like it's going to be about $1,300,000, or 4.3% increase from last year. The biggest hit, one of the biggest hits, is our benefit costs. And we're looking at a draft appropriation of $191 million, which is an increase of 12.7%, or $21.5 million in benefits. Debt service is, appropriations are anticipated at $98 million, which is a 6.2% increase. And our total appropriations are $953 million, which is our revenue anticipation.
Just real quick, can you take the slide back? Just wanted to be clear on something. So you see a decrease in the instructional appropriations. That is actually because there were staff that were supposed to be in general supports that were actually being classified in the instructional lines. For instance, SSOs, though they fall under general support, not instruction. And in all, there was 170 FTEs that had to be moved. So.
Yeah, 155 SSOs were improperly coded as instructional, 15 union officers, and that basically were just coded improperly. So it looks like we're going down, but it's just a recodification. So some key assumptions. One thing that we need to keep in mind and make sure that we all understand that budgets should reflect anticipated expenditures. And we should not have budgets for things that we're not anticipating to spend. Any unused appropriations need to be removed. We need to ensure that we properly align with the state comptroller's chart of accounts. That was one very important thing that we did with the Oracle transition. And we've spent so many hours on reclassing things so they properly align with the comptroller's accounts. Budgets need to be adjusted for increases in transportation costs and transportation contracts. We're anticipating a lot of work needing to be done there. Our charter school tuition costs continue to increase as we're trending towards 9,000 charter school students next year. And our information management and technology, IM&T department, district costs are anticipated to increase by an estimated $4 million next year.
So the 2025-26 expenses and reduction adjustments, we're going to continue with the investment in early literacy with instructional coaches and reading specialists, continued investment in special education. Now, just to provide the update that I said I was going to get to, we have taken advantage and to ensure that we, because we don't know about the federal dollars, we have moved positions that are key within the district into the general fund so that we don't get caught in a pickle in the event that those funds go away. So associate directors were for a different reason at first, but it turns out it's a good move for us. There will be increased instructional support for English language learners. As Superintendent Blocker already mentioned, there's bilingual programming in 7th at East Lower and some heritage speaker programs. Also, kindergarten teachers were generally, a portion of the kindergarten teachers were in title funds. They have too also been moved out of title funds. We are compensatory here with our kindergarten, so it's a better move to ensure that the general fund houses the teachers that we are going to provide the services for. There's a reduction in vacancies that were unencumbered and long-term, a reduction in central office staffing, and operational budgets will still be determined. We are still going to be looking for efficiencies. I want to be very clear about that. A reduction in contracted services. We want to ensure that all of our contracts, all of our organizations are giving us a return on our investment. There are no approved ads at this time. And there will be considerations made with schools with bilingual programs and our receivership schools. Those will take precedent. However, no ads as of this time as we still are trying to right size. Continued, wanted to give you the strategic plan alignment, maintain 1.0 reading teacher, 1.0 intervention prevention, IPT teachers, instructional coach at all pre-K through 6 buildings. That aligns to priority number 1, goals 1, 2, and 3. Maintain 1 counselor position for the provision of SEL supports, priority 2. Maintain 1 reading teacher, 1 intervention prevention, 1 instructional coach at the 7th and 8th grade buildings. That aligns to priorities 1 with all the goals. We reimagine the 9th through 12th grade instructional coaching model, which is similar to the East Teacher Leader model for all 9 through 12 schools. That's priority 1 as well. And we're looking at the creation of freshman academy supports at all 9 through 12 buildings. Priority 1, goals number 4. Maintain 13 Rock restorative positions to provide SEL supports, which is priority 2. And then we're, again, going to continue to invest in early literacy, which is priority 1 with ongoing training and professional learning. Now, for balancing the budget. So again, current budget general fund revenue of $953 million, and the current budget general fund appropriations is $953 million. The numbers are the same, which is what you want to see. Again, continuing to review central office staffing. We're reviewing external contracts, and depending on your vote, I mean, we would be further balancing with the consolidation of Andrew Langston and Northwest. And then finally, before you will see the next steps in the budget process. And I'm not going to read that to you all, but with that, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Blair, and yes, thank you, Superintendent Strickland. The dais is open for questions regarding this presentation. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you for your presentation this evening. We'll unpack it. We're just seeing it. We didn't get it prior to, and we do understand the limitations we had, but, and that Oracle, ooh, good luck. So thank you. We will absorb this, and I'm sure have questions that we can submit to the question log as they arise. So thank you again for the presentation this evening. At this time, I do want to be sensitive to the fact that we do have individuals from our schools that may be impacted by our decision this evening, and would like to entertain a motion, I'm trying to locate it, moving down to number 10, Administrative Support Resolutions, letter A. Entertaining a motion to move, I'm sorry, I want to just look at the guidance of the council, general counsel, make sure I'm doing this right. Entertaining that motion to move letter 10A to the top of our resolutions this evening before we go into any other resolutions. Did I do that right?
I think the motion is well understood by.
Perfect, thank you. Motion by Commissioner Griffin. Second. Seconded by Commissioner Malloy. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we have now, any opposed? Move that motion forward to discuss or vote on the school closure and relocation.
Do we need a motion? No, you need a motion.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that, to entertain a motion to discuss the school closure and relocation at this time.
Motion.
Okay. Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Griffin. Open for discussion at this time. Any further discussion? Okay. At this time, all in favor of letter, number 10, letter A. When it gets to B past 1021, it's slow. Say that.
Yep. President Simmons, thank you. The resolution does not include, I don't see specific language waiving 7,600 to the extent necessary. So I think the board has two options. The board can vote on a resolution to waive 7,600 to the extent necessary, and then after that vote, then vote on this. Or the board can offer an amendment to include language that 7,600 would be, what I just said, that 7,600 would be waived to the extent necessary while you're voting on this. So the board has those two options. Maybe just want to go ahead and take a vote on waiving 7,600 to the extent necessary first, and then act on this.
So I will ask the board to, who is amenable to waiving policy 7600 in relation to resolution 522. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Griffin, Malloy, all in favor of waiving resolution 7600 as it pertains to resolution 522?
Aye.
Isn't it? Any opposed? Okay, so resolution 7600 has been waived, the policy in relation to resolution 522. And returning to entertain a motion for resolution 522 at this time.
Is that motion still on the table?
It's still on the table, yeah. So
It's
to
fine,
take
it's
the vote.
understood, yep.
That's okay?
Yep.
Just vote.
All right, just take the vote on resolution 522. I'm gonna roll call
Can I
it.
request
I'm
a
gonna roll call it.
Yeah.
I'll start at this end with Commissioner LeBron.
I'm a nay.
Nay.
I'm sorry, I didn't call your name. Commissioner Santiago, nay. Vice President Malloy?
Nay.
President Simmons, nay.
Nay.
Griffin. So at this time, we are not going to move forward with Resolution 522. And I think we had robust discussion earlier that expressed some of our reservation and concern around this particular resolution that may have to be reconsidered in the future, given our current status. But at this time, that resolution carries. Did I finish it out? All right, thank you. Back to the agenda as planned, academic resolution starting with additional pay. Resolution 513. I would like to bundle these, but is anyone opposed to us bundling these? No. At this time? So I would like to entertain a motion to bundle resolutions 513 through 521 at this time. Commissioner Santiago, Vice President Malloy. Any opposed? All in favor? Okay.
Aye.
Any discussion? Thank you. No? Okay.
So now we're
I don't
voting,
think
or-
I have anything that I have there for discussion. So all in favor of resolutions 513 through 521?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Gonna be, you said 513, oh, sorry, the mic's off. 513 to 522?
Resolutions 513 through 521.
And, okay, so no, for me, they're all yay, but I believe Commissioner Malloy cannot vote on 513 and 514, so thank you.
It actually, I'm not required to recuse myself from those.
Okay, I just want to point out it's goal number 7. Thank you.
Normally, if a family member is potentially impacted by any type of financial gain, you have to recuse yourself. But in this case, that is not the case
You're
here.
living in the same household, and that is financial gain. And I just want to point out that this board has always upheld the conflict of interest. You just
I will-
vote or abstain from voting when you have a
I
financial
have always
gain.
abstained when necessary, when personal gain occurs.
At this point, what I would like to defer to legal counsel to clarify the matter at hand.
I think typically out of abundance of caution, the commissioner has previously recused herself from some resolutions like this. I think there were 5 votes in the affirmative. I don't see a specific reason in these resolutions for the recusal. I can offer the board some legal advice in an executive session after this, but I think the resolutions carry regardless.
They carry. Thank you, General Counsel. Moving forward into 10 on the agenda, administrative support resolutions. And we're looking at resolutions 523 through 541. There's quite a few there. I'd like to entertain a motion to bundle 523 through 541 at this time.
Motion.
Motion, Commissioner Santiago, seconded Vice President Malloy. All in favor?
Aye.
Motions 523 through 541 have been bundled at this time. Open for discussion.
I have just information, not even information, I'm just questioning, I'm seeing a lot of the Encompass come through in the resource learning. Do we have anything on, like, how many kids actually go to those programs, and how helpful are they with the Encompass programs? Is there some way that we can get updated information or information regarding the children or the kids that go to those programs and how effective they are? Maybe you want to put it on the board log, or just, if somebody can answer that for me?
Yes, if we put on the board log, we'll look into that and get you the information that you're requesting.
Okay, thank you.
Point of clarification, it's actually embedded in the executive summary. If you click on there, you can see 225 students from schools 17, 33, 58, 160, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that, does that 200, that number, is that accurate at the end of the day? So can we have clarification of how many kids actually attend these programs? And we've seen there was another resolution just a couple of weeks ago, they came in with Encompass. How effective are these resources that we're using? Because they're utilizing our children. I want to make sure that they're getting what they need from these different groups.
Yep.
So that's why I'm saying, can we just get information regarding it?
Absolutely, as
The
I
accurate
mentioned.
data. Thank you.
Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier in the budget presentation for contracts, what we are doing is we are actually ensuring that we have a return on our investment. In addition, if this organization is slated for a program evaluation, that is something that you will be privy to for those data to determine if it's effective or not.
Thank you, Superintendent Strickland. I'm going to enter this into the question log. I don't need a response at this particular time in relation to 529. It made me think it's related but unrelated, I guess. But basically around the teacher pipeline, I know that we've had some presentations in the past around folks who have been able to take advantage of it. I also know that it's currently under threat with this administration. Even services like that could be compromised. With that said, I would like to know at this time, how many teachers have been able to, if you could just put this in the question log for me, how many teachers have been able to participate in this particular pipeline program? How many have secured roles within the RCSD as a result of this, and maybe what those roles look like? Just general questions at this time. Are there any other items on these resolutions that any board members need to make a comment on or discussion? Commissioner LeBron?
Congratulate Tiffany Mincy, who is moving up from teaching Spanish to an assistant principal. So congratulations. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Any other comments, questions, or concerns in these resolutions? Congratulations, and at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to pass Resolutions 523. My screen
Just
will
a
not
vote.
scroll through 541. Did you?
Just a vote. You said a motion, just a vote, the yea or nay.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Vote for Resolutions 523 through 541 at this time.
Yay.
Yeah.
So all in favor?
Yes, all in favor? Telling you, it's past my bedside. Aye, okay. Motion carries. Moving into 11, Board of Education Legal Audit Resolutions. Entertaining a motion to bundle Resolutions 542 through 548 at this time.
So moved?
Griffin and Vice President Malloy, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries to bundle. Open for discussion at this time. Okay, with no discussion, all in favor? I do have a question around 9110. That particular resolution, after looking at some reports and things of that nature, I'm amenable to leave some language in there. I don't know if that language would remain the same, because I recognize, and I'm trying to be covert because I don't know if we can speak this, or would that need to go into an executive session, General Counsel? 9110.
If commissioners, if you're looking for specific, some legal advice, that might pertain to district liability, then we can definitely defer that to an executive session. If it's just a question about the policy, then you can absolutely ask it here. If you believe, if it's not potentially confidential or privileged, you can ask a question, and then I can respond and say whether we should talk in an executive session about it or not.
Okay. I'm trying to decipher if it's confidential. It may be more illegal. I don't know, but I'm thinking of the current administration, but I'm also thinking about, so I recognize the previous discussion we had around there. And I recognize the role does not really exist.
Right.
And that I'm wondering, although, so it was written in there for a purpose and a time at some point Is that a role that exists that has a salary connected to it? Because I know we have vacancies that sometimes have salaries connected to it. Has it been budgeted for at any point?
I don't want to speak completely for the administration. I think this was discussed. I don't believe so. I don't believe the position has existed for a very long time. The superintendent looks like he's about to
Yep.
offer some insight on that.
You're exactly right, General Counsel. We've said on multiple occasions, this position has not been budgeted for. It was up to you to leave the language in and things of that nature, but that's something that we were not doing. The individual that is generally put in charge of this process is who you all vote for as the Title IX, and it comes in a slew of different recommendations in the beginning of the year, from the board clerk to all these positions that we appoint individuals at. So, I mean, again, just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. So we can put someone in to do that or whatever.
Yeah, if you want to add a position, absolutely.
That's right.
But
Oh, sorry, not to. No.
No,
but
fine, I'm
from-
trying
from the-
to, and I may not be articulating my point well, or my question.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, I'm not looking to add a position. I know you can't do that through a policy, but there's the language in there. So forgive me, what I'm trying, you see where I'm going. I'm trying to say, if I don't want the language removed just yet, because I want to ponder some opportunities. And so that may be more of a legal question. And I'm thinking I might want to steer on the side of caution and reserve that for an executive session.
Right, so right,
Okay.
because there are, as you correctly implicated, especially in this climate, there are some real legal implications to it, both on a federal level and also on a
Yes.
local level. So then a more nuanced kind of legal conversation can be had in executive session.
I prefer that, and it doesn't have to happen tonight. Can we not do it tonight? Can we just do it at a next?
But then the board would have to postpone the vote on this yet again to another meeting, if that's the case, because it's currently a motion in front of
Okay.
the board.
Well, let's put it in executive session so we're not kicking this can down the road, but thank you. So it was more about the language and the legal piece, and I wanted that other clarity. Thank you for reminding me that we did discuss it in depth. So at this time, that was the only question I had, and thank you for your patience, everyone. This was what, 5:42 through 5:48 at this time? So,
With removing 547, what 547 is for discussion?
You have to lift the motion and then do a second motion and
Okay.
say that you want to just do 542 to 548 with 547 to be
Going in
discussed. You don't skip 547.
yeah.
It'll go
Yes.
into executive.
Thank you. So
So that's the motion.
lifting the motion, and Commissioner LeBron used language. Can we just go with the language you used? I don't have to duplicate it. Okay.
I think it's understood what the board
I'm amenable
wants to
to
do.
that. Thank
Yep.
you. I motion that. Okay. All in favor? Okay, so we are now, resolutions 542 through 548 have been moved, 547 has come up for executive session, and we are voting in favor of resolutions 542 through 548 with the exception of 547,
Right.
lifting 547.
Right.
Okay.
Motion?
Commissioner Griffin, Vice President Malloy, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you for your patience once again. All right. Entertaining a motion to bundle resolutions 549 through 550 under resolutions added after the draft packet.
Motion?
Second.
Griffin? Do I get a second to bundle Vice President Malloy? All in favor of bundling resolutions 549 through 550 at this time?
Aye.
Okay, and open for discussion. No discussion at this time. Resolutions through 549 through 550
Motion?
carry. All in favor, thank you. That was a whole mess. I'm going to do that over just for record. All in favor of resolutions 549 through 550? Aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, and so now we are at Resolution 16, or excuse me, number 16, new business and first readings.
Okay. The following proposed policy items are slated for the first reading tonight. 6254, 6256, 6300, 6600, 6620, 6630, and 6835. Is there any discussions on these, is there any discussion needed for any of the named policies? No discussion? Okay, and we have a first reading for the following proposed policy items as slated for the first reading tonight with the recommendations of recession, policy 6610, 6625, 6680. Is there any discussion on those? All right, and then we have board bylaws, first reading for 2300. If you recall, we discussed the board bylaws during February 4th, 2025 policy committee meeting. Based on the discussion, specific policy language in the proposed section 5 and 6 of the policy needed further words and/or clarification. In addition, advisement was requested from General Counsel Neal regarding if there's any directive or what to do when a chairperson leaves a meeting, as policy 2300 does not explicitly call this out. Board staff circulated the attached PowerPoint in section 16C of tonight's agenda for board feedback over the last few weeks. Slides 2 and 3, I think, Rahima, do you have that? If you want to take it from here? Okay. I think I stepped ahead of myself, so I apologize. Okay. So basically, when we're looking at this, the PowerPoint, it is showing section 16C. And slides 2 and 3 on the screen are just showing the difference, the changes that were made or requested by General Counsel Neal. Is there any discussion on those? If not, we can proceed with the motion on those. I motion to accept the revised policy language as outlined in the bullet 4G of the policy 2300 board bylaws.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm sorry, excuse me to interject. Who motioned that? I heard Commissioner motion. Did you second it? Thank you.
And then we have a motion for bullet 5A. And of policy 2300, policy 2300 board bylaws. Can I get a motion to accept the revised policy language as outlined in bullet 5A of policy 2300 of Board Bylaws?
Motion.
Any discussions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion to accept the revised policy language as outlined in Bullet 5B, 5C of Policy 2300 of the Board Bylaws. Can I get a motion to accept the revised policy language as outlined in the Bullet 5B and 5C of Policy 2300 of the Board Bylaws?
Motion.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And lastly, motion to accept the revised policy language as outlined in Bullet 60I of Policy 2300 Board Bylaws. Can I get a motion to accept this revised policy language as outlined in the Bullet 60I of Policy 2300 of the Board Bylaws?
Motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. President Simmons, that concludes my review of the policies for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Under new business, letter H, there is, let's see if this is it. Yes, so this is language the Council for Great City Schools has populated or shared with urban school districts, and highly recommends that we take a look at this language and consider adopting this resolution in our district. And so I would like to entertain a motion or to have a discussion or what have you. How are we doing this? We're not voting on this, but we are looking at it. Can we discuss this at this time?
Yeah, you all are just having a discussion about this and how you might want to move forward with it at all, but you don't need a motion.
Yeah, because I do recognize that although there are school districts across the nation that will be impacted by the decisions, that not all school districts are New York State school districts, and that there are funding formulas and grant dollars that move much differently in one school district than another, so that this language may not be all-inclusive, but I am thinking there is language that we might be able to borrow or find relevant to our current situation, and I would ask that commissioners weigh in. Given the lateness of the hour, I don't know if we have the capacity. I don't want to speak for other people, but does anyone want to weigh in, or do we want to? Yes.
I do want to weigh in. I just want to point out that there are no actual appropriations bills that are going to pass for 2025. They were supposed to, and literally November 7th, after the election, the Senate and the House sent out emails to a number of agencies who were getting appropriation bills for 25, and were told that Republicans were not going to support it, and all of their negotiations and agreements, they are going to pull back because they are going to implement Project 2025 come January. Literally, that came from elected officials from the Senate and the House to nonprofits and agencies. So in this bill, the proposed language right now saying that the bill includes a 25% cut to Title I, that's not
not
accurate,
listed,
but
yeah.
I want us to just ensure that we can still do advocacy around these issues, but perhaps not put information that is not going to be reflective. In fact, Morelli already told individuals, our congressmen, that there will not be most likely any appropriation bills for 2025. And the conversations now are looking to 2026.
Absolutely.
So putting, some language around some of that. But I think in general, we can uplift that the cuts to Medicaid will be devastating, not only to the districts, but to the families in special education. But even beyond special education, almost a large portion of our families depend on Medicaid to access medical care. So I do think there's things here that we can state in general without putting actual numbers or even a year, because we don't know what's going to happen. But, school meals and cutting that, that will impact tremendously Title I, 2, 3 programs for us especially, and block grant granting of education funding, all things that will negatively impact us, as time goes on with budget cuts and so forth. But I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. And so I saw this communication, thought it would be very timely and relevant. And to Commissioner LeBron's point, we definitely would need to take a look at its relevance in our current climate here and locally, and also put our own thoughts around it. So I would encourage the commissioners to take a look at this and bring forward the collective information, because no matter where we are on this dais, what we do stand on is our children, and moving this district forward, navigating these waters that I don't think anyone on this day is complacent with. And so that's where we find the ties that bind. If we can't find any other commonality, we can find this. And so let's fight this battle together as far as that. So I'm going to leave that there. And I think we've concluded. Adrian, I'm confused.
Board clerk has one thing she wanted to raise.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. If the board would allow me, I just want to bring up something that came today, which is why it was not on the agenda, and it's related to the legislative breakfast.
Yes.
So as you all know, the administration and the board and board staff worked very hard on this event and are super excited about hosting it on March 8th. As you recall, originally, we were going to host on February 8th and needed to move it due to other conflicts. As a result of that, it has come to our attention that we have about a 30% rate of acceptance RSVPs for the event. And so at this time, I would make a recommendation after some conversation with both the state monitor and our superintendent, and understanding that you all have already gone to Albany and the delegation has already seen the materials and had an opportunity to engage with the board around this, that you may want to postpone this breakfast instead of hosting it on the 8th. So I'd like if the board would discuss that, because there will not be another opportunity to come to a final decision about that prior to the event.
Yeah, that makes sense. When do we need to give you that? Like now, can we? Yep. Okay, 'cause for me, I agree with that. It just makes sense to do it. Is everybody
Yeah, I'm
amenable
fine with
to
that.
that?
I'm fine with that.
Do I need to bring that to a vote, or we're good?
It's four of us here.
I'm going to bring it to a vote for formality purposes. Entertain a motion to move the legislative agenda or reschedule it, postpone. Entertained by Commissioner LeBron.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we will postpone and we will communicate an identified date for the public in the future. Can we go into executive session? Okay, so at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to enter into executive session. The board may convene an executive session to discuss matters leading to the appointment, employment status, specific individuals, and/or discuss matters of concern with the general counsel. Motion by Commissioner Griffin.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Patterson. All in favor? Aye. Okay, the board will at this time enter into executive session for the evening. Thank you. And thank you to our viewing audience and for your patience. We are coming out of executive session at this time to entertain a motion to vote on Resolution 9110 at this time. 547, excuse me, for policy 9110. All in favor of Resolution 540, I'd like to entertain a motion, excuse me, to entertain Resolution 547.
Motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so Vice President Malloy, Commissioner Griffin, all in favor of Resolution 547?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Resolution. I'm sorry?
Yes, he did. Yep.
Carries.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
So you're removing 9110.
No, he said aye.
Voting in favor of Resolution 547 at this time.
I don't know if James understands what's going on.
They're removing that?
Yeah, and we should be, yeah, and I said nay, not to remove it.
So we're not in an executive session at this time. This is a live conversation. So we've just took the vote for Resolution 540, excuse me, for Resolution 547.
Trying to understand it, and I'm just telling you.
Okay, that's right. So I would vote nay if you're looking to remove it. I think there should be more conversation on it.
Okay.
So I would vote not to remove it.
So how would we, yes.
Policy is not being removed. You're voting on the language that will move that position.
And we don't want to
So-
change the language yet, until that's what he's saying.
The fellow commissioners wanted to do that.
Yeah, right. So the policy itself, Commissioner Patterson, is not being removed.
Okay.
9110 will still exist.
Uh-huh.
However, the language in the policy is being revised.
We're
Okay,
taking out the
so-
affirmative action piece. And I don't
And-
agree with it. I think we need to replace it with something and not just leave it open. We need to put the language in there that needs to replace affirmative action. We just don't just leave it blank.
Okay, so we've taken a vote for that. If the commissioner would like to amend their vote, how does that work?
The commissioner, is he reconsidering?
I think this is a late hour, and just my thought that this conversation or this topic needs more conversation. That's my thought. So because of that, I'm going to say nay. It needs more conversation.
So you are amending your vote to nay. And how
Yes.
do we collect that recording? Can we just change it, or do we need to?
Voted.
Or he voted too, but
Right, so general counsel needs to look. at
yeah,
yourself.
general counsel's gonna give us language for that.
Oranges and sweet, but they don't have no seed.
We're on a live meeting, yeah, in a meeting.
Yeah, so there could be a motion to reconsider. So if somebody can,
Entertain a motion to reconsider
so the board gets to revote.
the
on it.
vote for resolutions 547. Motion by Commissioner Griffin. Second by Commissioner, Vice President Malloy. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're gonna re-entertain the motion to vote on resolution 547 at this time. I'm sorry.
The motion has to be by someone who's on the prevailing side. Commissioner
Yeah.
voted nay, so she was not-
Okay, so I motion that. Seconded by myself, Vice President Malloy. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Take a,
entertain. And now I'm going to entertain a motion to revote on resolution 547 at this time. Commissioner Malloy, Commissioner Griffin, all in favor of resolution 547.
Is there any discussion?
Is there any further discussion on resolution 547? I believe we've had our discussion. All in favor of Resolution 547? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion carries at this time. It fails. Okay, the motion fails. So 547 is done. And do we need to do anything further with that?
Not tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you for the,
Question clarification. There are some dangerous kids that funds are funding. And so I'm just wondering, like, is this, if it failed, does that mean that this policy doesn't continue, or I just some process?
I think, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So what was before the board was an amendment, right? Amendment for the policy. The policy was not going anywhere. The policy is there. Specific language was being amended in the policy because, again, the position does not exist. This vote doesn't make it exist necessarily. And what it does is it puts a kind of blinking flag on the district that the federal government just put a website up for people to report things. Now, and that doesn't mean that's going to happen. And it doesn't mean if we are investigated and sued, anything is going to come off this specifically. However, the advice of counsel was to edit the language, and the board gets to contemplate that and edit it. So the policy just exists unamended at this time.
And lastly, if I could just say, like, for me personally, it's problematic, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Because it puts us in a place where we are risking students and funding for students for a position that never existed. And so, yeah, I'm just gonna put that out there for my personal place on this issue.
They have to just keep the sword and face that out.
Going back into a different session.
But the letter from the administration was that it was 2 weeks, that they would be walking district to change any policy with legality. Our 2 week timeline, the 2 week timeline.
Yeah.
The board's currently in open session. Still, yeah. So you get a motion to go back into executive
Yeah,
session.
motion to go back into executive session. Griffin, Malloy, all in favor to enter back into executive session.
Aye.
Any opposed? Back into executive session at this time.